and rebuilding the entire damaged infrastructure and resettling displaced persons is a mammoth task. This government is determined to build a stronger, more resilient Dominica. This concept will be applied to our construction practices and, very importantly, to architectural and engineering designs. There will be greater emphasis placed on environmental issues, and this will be appropriately reflected in our overall national land use policy. Simply put, we will build to create a more secure future for current and future generations from any and all eventualities down the road.
Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit. Chairman of the Resettlement Ministerial Committee, Dominica's Housing Minister Reginald Austri, is pushing back against criticisms that the Petro Casas houses donated by the Venezuelan government are inferior to traditional Dominican concrete houses. Following the passage of Tropical Storm Erica, the Venezuelan government donated 300 houses to Dominica for persons who were displaced due to the storm. Petro Casas are Venezuelan houses built in mass production and largely used in rural areas under that South American country's public housing program. They are made from PVC materials produced by the country's oil industry, hence the name Petro Casas or oil houses, and they can be built in 10 to 12 days. Addressing a cabinet meeting with displaced Petit Savan residents on Monday evening, Austri said government was satisfied with the quality of the Petro Casas homes.
We know the 50 houses are Petro Casa houses. No, what is that? Petro Casa house, what is that? It's a plastic house? It's a cardboard house? Is it a house made of? No. It has a plastic cladding, but that is a house made of reinforced concrete and steel. The Petro Casa houses are concrete houses. You have a mold, which is a plastic mold, and there are a number of reasons and advantages to the plastic mold. One is lower maintenance, because you paint it if you feel like you want to put up it. You can paint it if you feel like, but you don't have to paint it. Very low maintenance. PVC doesn't rot, so you have a house for almost a lifetime. And for those of you who have entered or lived in those houses, we realize that the houses are cooler than the traditional houses we have because of the material. But the underlying factor is the Petro Casa houses are concrete houses in a plastic molding. Okay? And one of those houses is estimated to cost somewhere in the region of $160,000 to $170,000. Because when they compare that with a traditional concrete house, it's comparable, it's the same cost. So the Petro Casas, you can say what you want about them, we're satisfied that we've given the people of Jubic and we'll give to the people of Petit Savan a traditional concrete building. The only difference is it will be housed in a plastic mold.
Since the passage of Tropical Storm Erica in August 2015, government has erected 50 of these houses for displaced Jubic families and is now in the process of erecting homes for over 191 Petit Savan families. Austri says work has started on erecting Petro Casa houses for displaced Petit Savan residents and expects 44 of these houses will be erected by December 2016.
The houses will be in two phases. On the lower slopes, we'll be putting another 50 Petro Casas. The work on that has started. We have done the foundations about 12 and work has started on that. Now, it was forest. Okay? It was a forest. And so you had to do the clearing, you had to do the designs, you had to do the surveys, you had to do the layouts, you had to do the setbacks, and of course, thanks to our Venezuelan friends, we didn't have to worry about the financing, because not only did they give us the houses, but they also provided monies for the labor and the concrete foundation on which these houses are built. We have estimated that in Petit Savan, there were 280-something households that had to be moved. But there were also persons with lands in Petit Savan and houses were not built on it. So we also provided for persons who had lands, but they had no house, because they themselves have to be moved from Petit Savan. And we're hoping that with this these 50 houses and the rest of the development that is coming through, that these people who never had a house will have the opportunity to have their keys and to own a home for the first time. And that is just what the government is seeking to do. And we're hoping that sometime around December, and the land will be given to them for free too. So the house will be for free and the land will be for free. And we're hoping that come December, those 44 houses from the Petro Casas will be ready for allocation to some people of the P7 community.
Chairman of the Resettlement Ministerial Committee and Dominica's Housing Minister, Reginald Austrie. In the region, the High Court in Trinidad and Tobago has granted orders that categorize 78 entities and individuals as terrorists, preventing them from accessing any of their money, while more could be added to the list. But the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs says the list includes both locals and internationals, remains silent on their identities. The ministry issued a statement yesterday saying that the day before, Attorney General Faris Al-Rawi was successful in 7 applications filed in the court under the Anti-Terrorism Act in respect of 75 entities and 3 individuals, declaring each to be a listed entity and freezing its funds. These orders bring the total number of local and international individuals and entities currently listed as terrorist entities to 80, following the first successful application in October last year. And a rocket operated by the aerospace company SpaceX has exploded on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral, where it was being tested ahead of a launch. The force of its blast shook buildings several miles away. SpaceX said an anomaly had occurred while the rocket was being loaded with fuel. However, no one was injured. The rocket's payload, an Israeli-built communications satellite for Facebook due to launch on Saturday, was also destroyed, it added. A leading Israeli space official said the loss of the Amos 6 satellite, valued more than $200 million and owned by Spacecom, was a major blow to the industry. And that's the Prime Evening News, but first, a recap of our headlines. Freedom Party Secretary asks Dominicans to be open and fair when making political choices. Trinidad court freezes funds of 80 terrorist individuals and entities. And SpaceX rocket explodes at Cape Canaveral ahead of launch. The news was brought to you through the very kind compliments of Quartz Dominica Limited. Remember, if you missed any of our newscasts, log on to our website at www.q95da.com to view the stories, or click on the podcast icon to listen to the various packages. Also, for any breaking story or latest development, send us your iReports via text or WhatsApp message to 615-1426 or 276-2147. On behalf of the entire Q95 News team, I've been your presenter, Linda Martin.
Need cash? No worries. Get a ready cash loan from Quartz today for whatever you need. Up to $6,750. No security needed. And up to 36 months to repay.
Whoa!
You don't have to be an existing Quartz customer to enjoy Quartz Ready Cash. Don't bother trying the rest. Come check out the best. It's quick, it's easy, it's affordable. Quartz Ready Cash. Up to $6,750 in cash. Visit a Quartz store today or call us at 448-7655 for more information. Getting cash has never been so easy. Quartz, bringing value home.
We are in the hurricane season. Put all of your valuables into clear plastic bags or high off the floor. This should further ensure that they stay dry in case of flooding.
Not be afraid of what the future brings. This is only the start of the trans revolution.
Welcome to to your community notices and announcements for today, Thursday, September 1st, 2016. Domlec wishes to inform its pay-as-you-go customers that on September 6th and 7th, it will be carrying out an upgrade on its AMI platform. As a result, pay-as-you-go customers will not be able to access their accounts or purchase electricity on September 6th and 7th. Domlec urges pay-as-you-go customers to purchase electricity prior to the dates mentioned so as to ensure that they have service while the system is being upgraded. If customers have questions about the AMI upgrade or about other matters related to their electricity supply, they may contact Domlec at 255-6014 or 255-6024. Domlec regrets any inconvenience caused to its customers. Duasco wishes to inform all domestic and commercial customers that we will be carrying out a disconnection of accounts in arrears. Customers in arrears of 30 days and over are liable to be disconnected. You are therefore advised to ensure that all outstanding balances are paid to avoid the inconvenience of a disconnection. Customers whose accounts are disconnected will be required to pay their outstanding balance in full, plus a reconnection fee before service is restored. Duasco reminds customers that they can now visit our website at www.duasco.dm to view their bills online. The National Pest and Termite Company will be carrying out fogging in the evenings from 5 p.m. in the following villages on the following days. The Tatan area on today, Thursday, September 1st, 2016. Wesley area on Monday, September 5th, 2016. Marigot area on Tuesday, September 6th, 2016. Scotshead, Soufriere, Galion area on Wednesday, September 7th, 2016. Point Michel, Lubia area on Thursday, September 8th, 2016. Please leave your windows and doors open. A $15 million special loan facility provided by the government of Dominica has been established at the Aid Bank to provide loans to existing hotels and restaurants for expansion and upgrades. Discover Dominica Authority invites management of hotels and restaurants to a seminar on Thursday, September 8, 2016 at 9 a.m. at the Fort Young Hotel. The seminar will comprise of presentations from the Aid Bank, Invest Dominica Authority, Environment Health Department, and Discover Dominica Authority on the requirements and procedure as it pertains to accessing the loan facility. All hoteliers and restaurateurs are urged to attend this informative session. For additional information, please contact the Discover Dominica Authority at 448-2045. Applications are invited for suitably qualified persons for the post of bakery supervisor at Suki's Bakery. The applicant must be of sound character, 25 years and up, possess a high school education, preferred or equivalent combination of education, trustworthy, and be able to work independently. Please apply in person at the office in Newtown. The International Foundation for the Development of Haitian presents its fundraising barbecue event on Friday, September 2nd at the S-Mart grounds located in Goodwill. Come patronize the event. And that concludes your community notices and announcements for today, Thursday, September 1st, 2016. Once again, I'm Linda Martin, wishing you a very pleasant evening.
Matuk's world-class products are in a league of their own, made with the finest ingredients from traditional Caribbean recipes. Matuk's top-quality products provide the very best of great Caribbean flavors. Whether at breakfast, lunch, dinner, or snack time, enjoy the rich and delicious taste of Matuk's ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, hot sauces, barbecue sauces, jams, canned beans, and more. Matuk's products better than all the rest. Available at Esau Trading Limited and island-wide.
This is an important message from the Health Promotion Unit, Ministry of Health.
Drug and supplement list. In a disaster, keep a list of your drugs and dietary supplements with you at all times. Keep your list in a safe place like your wallet or purse. Share a copy of your list with a trusted family member or friend. In an event of an emergency, that person will be able to tell healthcare providers about your medication and dietary supplements you use.
To learn more, call the Health Promotion Unit at 266-3469.
La Dominique préparez-vous. The government of Dominica discovered Dominica Authority present the 19th World Creole Music Festival, October 28, 29 and 30. Windsor Park Sports Stadium, Rosa, featuring Akon, the Wyclef Jean, the Gomesha Zukti Maya, Gentleman Morgan Heritage, Popcan, Original Bouillon Pioneers, Ophelia, Triple K Global, WCK, Kes the Band and Mr. Keela, Criolla, Team Mickey, Michael Anderson, Samantha, Midnight Groovers, Brave Ecstasy, Dennis If we had more. Season tickets $325 EC dollars, nightly tickets $120. The 19th World Creole Music Festival where people meet. C'est musica no.
www.q95da.com. It's our brand new dynamic Q Family website. Log in, interact, have fun on the pages of your favorite shows. Rise and Shine, The Hot Seat, Easy Rock 951, Nature Isle Cruise, Youth on Q, Knockout 95, Politics, Weekly Headlines, Island Rhythms, Soul to Soul Gospel, Creole Asser Q, The Big Link Up, Q Exposure, Power Drive 951, Q Classic Gold Flashbacks, Sports Rap, The Quiet Side of Q. Interact live with your show hosts and Q Family listeners worldwide in real time. Make your comments, give your feedback, tell the world what's on your mind in the comments box at the bottom of the pages at q95da.com. You interact and connect instantly with friends and Q Family members on the hottest social networks: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Messenger, Gmail, Google+. Make your comments in the box at the bottom of each news story on the news page by clicking on the headline of the news story. Log in to q95da.com. You'll just love to surf every unique page on our brand new dynamic interactive Q Family website. Browse through our interesting pages in your Q Family photo gallery. Listen to live audio. Watch intriguing videos on QTV on our homepage and in our video gallery. Q95 has long gone global. Place your web banners and video ads where the world is watching and listening on the big station, q95da.com. Streaming crystal clear audio and video in total liquid stereo. Don't miss out. Check q95da.com today and every day. Check it right now. Immerse yourself in what's hot and happening at www.q95da.com. Lock it in. Right on Q, the big station.
This is it. The 2016 Madame Wabduyet Canada Show, Madame of Madames, is on Saturday, October 1st, 2016 at the St. Peter's and Paul Banquet Hall, 231 Milner Avenue in Toronto, Canada. The best of Dominica's cultural heritage will be showcased as we celebrate Madame Wabduyet Canada's 5th anniversary. The Madame Wabduyet Canada Show, Madame of Madames, will be a fierce contest as past winners and first runner-ups do battle, bringing their experience, flair, and beauty to the stage. But only one can win the title of titles, Madame of Madames. This year's theme, Viva Sissi Coteron, honoring Dominica's cultural advocate, Mabel Alice Sissi Coteron. Come enjoy a delicious dinner and an exciting show. Tickets are only $50. October 1st, the 2016 Madame Wabduyet Canada Cultural Show, Madame of Madames, at the St. Peter's and Paul Banquet Hall, 231 Milner Avenue in Toronto, Canada. See you there.
Easy Rock 95.1. More rock, less talk while you work. The latest soft rock, hit after hit. Tune into Easy Rock 95.1 for the best mid-morning show in the right here on Q95.
It's hurricane season. Now is the time to get prepared. Ensure that your disaster ready kit is up to date. Keep identification and money close. Educate your family on an evacuation plan. Prepare your family and ensure their safety. Remember, disasters don't know time, so be prepared.
Yes, good evening and welcome to Sports Wrap on the big station. This is edition number 120. Today is the 1st of September 2016. And welcome to Sports Wrap, your favorite program. And tonight we have a full house. We have Dr. Thompson Fontaine here. We have Dr. Sebastian who's just made it, and Emmanuel Loblack. And we did say we'd bring Mr. Philip White from last week to continue his discourse on the Olympics just a week or two ago. But since that time, in the interim, there has been a new development. Some letter has been circulating, has hit the press, and we just want to get Mr. Philip White's views on that. I don't think we're going to spend too much time on that. I think the letter is virtually self-explanatory. There are some deep-seated matters here, or the potential for some sort of mismanagement and lack of proper governance, which the IOC are alluding to. But in the letter, there is no real specific hanky-panky pointed out to say, well, here, we have this guy here now. There's no such. You can see when you read the letter that all is not well with the DOC and its common knowledge. And the letter, in fact, says that this letter, here is the gist of the letter. This letter constitutes, therefore, a serious warning. Serious warning which will be taken into consideration for the future. So this is, to me, the gravamen of the letter. It is a serious warning. I'm reading verbatim, which will be taken into consideration for the future. So it is a light, look, a red light. Stop this now, or the potential for this. We don't like what's going on. We don't like your mode of governance, your model of management. It's not compliant with the principles of the Olympic Charter and all that. And also saying that we inform you we had challenges in Rio 2016 with your NOC. So it's virtually a letter pointing out that there may be potential for serious mismanagement and irregularities. And certainly it's a letter, not a very happy letter. But we won't spend too much on that. I think it has been circulated in the press for quite some time now. It's almost a week, I think it is. But we have Mr. Philip White here, and I'm sure we'll want to ask one or two questions about that. Apart from that, of course, we know that there is a lot. The U.S. Open has begun. U.S. Open at Flushing Meadow in New York. And this is the first week of the U.S. Open. And we'll go into detail as there is so far in the first week. I don't think there's been any major shocking results yet. We know that Roger Federer is not taking part. And I think the signals are there that the great man is probably on his way out, slowly but surely. I think that's his second Grand Slam he's going to miss for the calendar year. So Roger, I think many people asking questions, will Roger Federer ever win another Grand Slam? I think as time goes on, Father Time is the greatest bowler of them all. Nobody can bat long enough against Father Time. And then the best of us, in the end, Father Time will catch up with us. And I think Roger Federer, you'll find injuries niggling here and there, coming here and there, and eventually, one morning you just get up and you find you don't have it again. So that's it. But we know that Novak is still there, Nadal is still there, Andy Murray seems to be the man who is in the best form. He won Wimbledon, and he looks to be in sublime form, Andy Murray. So I think even Raonic was beaten yesterday. That is the Canadian who put Roger Federer out of the Wimbledon, put him out, and he has been defeated. But it must be said that his physicality was a problem yesterday. He seemed to have got injured with his wrist, and he had a slight limp, and that, in fact, more than anything else, seemed to have undone him, and he lost in, I think, the second round. So he is one of the major stars who are out. And cricket, there's been records and records galore. ODIs, 444. I mean, 20 years ago, one never thought of scores of 444 in ODIs. It's now become 400. Now is becoming almost routine now in ODI cricket. So we're going to look at that, a lot of records, and we must look at the world team which Mr. Tavernier from Soufrière had told us he'd like us to address it, a possible world 11. I'm going to dramatize the whole thing and say that we have just discovered that Maz has been playing cricket all along, and they have sent a challenge to Earth to play them and pick your best 11 of all time, because Maz is ready for Earth in a 5-test series. So we're going to pick the best 11 to play Maz. They have some powerful fast bowlers, and batsmen, they said, like Sobers and Richards and Tendulkar will be like boys to these guys. So we're going to come to that. So just having it built up. And there's what's going on again. I think on the local scene, there's boxing. On the local scene, I think Harlem, my team, when I say my team from my country, and of course I used to back Harlem in my days, but Harlem is just a shadow of the former illustrious team that they were. They beat the Point Michel team and won their first match. I guess Low Black will put us up to date with the other matches. I think there were about 4 other matches last weekend, and the season is well and truly underway. So football aplenty, cricket aplenty, tennis aplenty, and more controversies. We are replete with controversies that never seems to go away. So, in a nutshell, we look at all these issues, and I intend to have a quiz today again, if I have time for that. I think a lot of people have met me and told me what's happening to the quiz. They learn so much from the quiz. So I think I'll try to bring in a quiz.
Is it month-end or is it for one?
Yes, so it's month-end. It's today the 1st of September. So it's a month-end quiz. So it attracts a small prize. We limit it just once a month. And so this weekend, this Thursday, I think, should be a Thursday where people are eligible, the winner that is, for a $50 voucher, unless millions would have changed their pledge, which I do not think they will. It used to be every week, but now it has been cut down to once a month, which we understand. So we have with us Philip White, so we'll get the ball rolling right away and say good afternoon to Philip White. Good evening to you, Philip.
Well, good evening, Ozzy, and good evening to the panelists and the many listeners to Q95 at this point in time.
Well, as we promised listeners, and we always keep our promise as much as we can or are able to, we had you last week, and we said we have brought you back this week in the sequel to continue your discourse on the highlights, in fact, of the last Olympia, or the Olympic Games, I should say. But since then, there's been something going making the wrongs, and I'm sure, in fact, we have a copy of that infamous letter, and we can go through it. But we'll get your views on it. I know you're a guy, you're not averse to speaking your mind on things, Philip Wice, since I know you're a guy, you're a straight shooter. As you said, you have nothing to hide. Yes. Do you have anything to hide?
Well, I have nothing to hide.
Right. So when you operate from that premise, I have nothing to hide, only truth comes out.
Yes, only truth.
You're not going to manufacture anything either.
No.
If you don't know something, you say you don't know.
Right.
You only speak of what you know. Right.
Yeah, because when Q95 called me, I had not seen the letter.
Right.
So I could not comment on it.
Right.
Now that I've seen it, I have some ideas which I can share on it.
Right. So, Philip White, first of all, let's reiterate, what is your position in the DOC?
Treasurer.
Treasurer.
And I was the chef de mission.
Chef de mission.
For the
which
Olympic
is
Games.
A virtual manager,
Right.
a team manager.
The team leader.
The team leader. It's called chef de mission.
Yeah, manager.
Yes. And you're here. And aren't you PRO in other organizations as well?
No. I used to do some.
You have many hats wearing. You have strings in many bows.
Boxing. Well, yes. I'm
boxing.
I'm in the Red Cross. I'm in the National Bank. So.
No, in the line. Well, let's keep it in the line of sports.
Yeah.
Did you play any sports yourself?
Yeah, I played league cricket.
You played league cricket?
Yeah, intermediate.
What were you, a spinner?
No, I was an opening batsman.
Opening batsman.
Yeah, I played from 1980 to 1994.
You think you were half as good as Lockhart Sebastian?
Well, as a matter of fact, the first award that was given to Lockhart Sebastian in 1975.
You can remember that?
I made that presentation to him.
You made it?
Yeah.
Of your own?
On behalf of Da Costa and Mossons.
Okay.
I was working at Da Costa and Mossons at the time.
I guess Lockhart will remember that.
And
yes.
I made that at the Windsor Park together with Felix Gregoire.
Okay, and you
I think I still have the photo somewhere, I must look up my archives.
You presenting a check?
A check, a check was presented to him.
Right. Okay, Philip, where do we start? You want to continue or you want to go straight into the letter?
Okay, let's deal with the letter because I think that's the main issue.
Okay.
Because it also relates to the Olympics.
Okay.
About 2 years prior to the Olympics, there was a meeting, if you read the letter carefully, there was a meeting which the President and the General Secretary attended. That was to discuss the ticketing arrangements. A number of persons were proposed because it's sort of a closed shop kind of situation where persons bid to sell tickets as agents.
To sell tickets agents?
Yeah, they're agents, yeah. So they bid to become agents for selling tickets. At the London Olympics.
And the bids are made with whom?
With the IOC.
With the IOC?
Yeah, and ticketing people.
Okay.
At the London Olympics, from information I'm gathering, Dominica had an ATR selling tickets on our behalf. And that same person was initially proposed
for the
Rio Olympics.
Rio Olympics.
As a matter of fact, I think
the London Olympics was the previous one.
Yeah, 2012.
Okay, 2012.
2012.
Okay. Let's get our chronology in order.
So at that meeting, it was discovered that we had already signed a contract for the Rio Olympics with that same individual.
Same individual of the London Olympics.
Olympics, yeah.
Yes.
No, that was of no knowledge to the executive. Nobody knew anything about that. So when the President and Secretary came back, we discussed it, and that person was eliminated because we had not received the royalties from the London Olympics. So that person was eliminated.
So he did not, in fact, sell tickets for the London Games.
He sold. He sold, yeah.
Okay.
But we did not receive the royalties. This is a matter that this.
And that same person has been asked again to continue.
Yes.
No, but that's serious. You mean the guy of the London Olympics 4 years ago?
Yeah.
You also he was involved in hanky panky.
Yeah.
And he was asked again to continue for the Rio.
Yes.
Oh, that is a serious thing. But see, now we're getting some more matters.
No, but the executive never knew anything about those arrangements.
Yes.
There's only one man doing that.
One man.
One man, yeah, doing those things.
Yes. We'll get the truth. This will come out this
afternoon. So that was brought to the executive, and then that contract was shelved.
You'll rule that out as being irregular.
Yeah, because according to the Constitution, the president is the one who has to sign the contracts.
Yes.
And the president wasn't aware of any contract. So
the president wasn't aware of any contract?
No.
And he was the one to have signed it?
Yeah, he was the one to have signed it.
Yes.
He was not aware of it, and then the contract was squashed.
Yes.
So we decided that there were other persons who were bidding. We made an approach. We brought the gentleman. He came to Dominica. The whole executive was invited to meet him.
Mr. What is his name?
Mr. Strutz. Yes. He was invited. The whole executive was invited to meet him. We had a meeting at Gallery Hotel. He had made an advance deposit, to as part of the royalties, what we anticipated that we'd have received from our proceeds. Then we were told that he's not eligible.
A reputable person.
Well, I won't say reputable. I'll not use that word. I'll just say he was not eligible to sell. He was not recommended.
Right.
So we also did away with him. And the monies that we had received, which is documented in our financial statements at the last AGM, that money was returned to him. So we had no more dealings, and we informed them all and sundry that we were now going to take on the responsibility to sell tickets. There are two types of tickets. There are tickets for the general public, and there are tickets for family and friends. Family and friends meaning the athletes and their family and their friends are eligible to get tickets, as well as for the general public. We pursued those two matters, but there was a lot of back and forth correspondence with the IOC and the ticketing persons. Eventually, we decided we are no longer interested in selling tickets.
This was after the lessons of the London Olympics to have re-engaged that same unauthorized...
No. We were not dealing with that individual. We were dealing on our own.
Okay.
We wanted to sell tickets on our own. We indicated that we wanted to sell tickets on our own for the general public as well as family and friends. We contacted some local persons who said they were interested in going. Eventually they said they were not going and whatnot, and we didn't have the resources to come forward because you need to purchase the tickets in advance.
Oh, I see.
It's not something that they give you for you to sell. You have to it's like a salesman. You do your bookings. Thompson wants so many tickets, you want so many tickets, you indicate, and then you place your order and you get your tickets. So no one was coming forward to purchase tickets. So we decided we're not selling for the public. We have no family and friends. We're not in the ticket business. And that's where the matter ended. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing about we got tickets. I heard some people saying that we got tickets and we sold tickets, or we gave a contract to an unauthorized person to sell tickets. None of that happened.
Well, attempts made to get the unauthorized person.
No. Well, as I said,
the letter says so.
Well, what we did, we had a discussion. As I said, the gentleman came here. We had a discussion with him, and then we wrote to say that, look, we're asking permission for this person to act on our behalf. They said no, it's not thing.
As the same person.
Yeah, the gentleman who came here.
Yes.
We are invited. But what?
That's the guy of London Olympics.
No.
Oh, no.
That's a different.
Different guy. Okay.
This is a guy who has been selling tickets for different games and competitions. He's a person in the business.
But that didn't make the approval of the IOC.
But the problem that really happened was the general secretary was opposed to we selling tickets and having this guy to sell tickets because he wanted the other guy to sell tickets.
We said the other guy.
The guy from London.
The guy of the London
Yeah,
fame.
yeah, because he was the one who signed the contract in London, and he
General
also,
Secretary wanted to revert.
and then he signed the contract again for Rio.
Yes.
You know, so he wanted
London fella.
Yeah, he wanted to sell the tickets to the London guy.
Right.
You know, and we disapproved that.
Okay.
And then what he did, he wrote to the IOC complaining about the DOC, the executive.
Who wrote to the IOC?
The General Secretary. So
of the DOC?
Yeah.
Dominic Olympic Committee wrote.
To the IOC complaining, and we have requested the letter from the IOC.
That letter response to what was written by General Secretary. Do you think that's a response to his letter?
Right, it could be part of it because we have asked him to let us see the letter he wrote.
Wrote.
Yeah, he's refused to let us see the letter he wrote to the IOC.
But I was just saying, anybody can gather. There's tremendous infighting in the executive. Some people are just doing their own thing.
We need to see the letter that was written.
Yes.
You know, you can't write on behalf of an organization and
people are acting unilaterally.
Exactly so. Because for 3 years, the General Secretary alone was running the Olympics. Nobody knew what was happening.
Let's repeat that.
For 3 years. Not even
General Secretary was running it.
Yeah, not even the president could see emails.
Not even the president could see emails.
No. And the executive was surprised because the General Secretary gave the membership, the executive, the impression was the president blocking them from getting information.
So why is he still secretary?
No, well, he's there until elections.
Good point. When are the next elections?
It's constitutionally due by April next year.
April next year?
Yeah.
When were the last elections?
2013 is a 4-year period.
For 4 years? I thought you had every 4 years?
4 years, yeah. Elections every 4 years.
But you see, Ozzy, here you have, Fountain, I'm amazed to hear that about the GenSec. All right, the GenSec. But the president himself, the president must come under scrutiny. And there's also...
The buck stops with the president.
No, seriously, let me follow. There's a vice president. That's Mr. Harris. He's the vice president of the DOC, and this individual has been disrespected, all right, as the vice president, all right, and there's serious problem, from London. Let me tell you, from London, you had the Winter Olympic Games,
the Sochi in 2014,
where the Dominican was tarnished, and here something is wrong somewhere.
Yes, but the whole thing is, to me, the whole DOC should be dissolved,
I agree with you.
And the refresh elections and a new body in its place. To me, is that obvious, Thompson?
Absolutely, because Ozzy,
if all these things are going on and are still going on,
and
only one solution.
Yeah, and it really pains me to see where the Olympic Committee is, to be honest with you, Mr. White. I mean, the kind of work that was done to get Dominica into the Olympic Committee in the 1990s, and then to see what's happening now. And we remember the fact there was some controversy with this other gentleman from Australia who was going to become a Dominican to compete. And when we raised it here on Q, the president knew nothing about it, but the secretary obviously was the one who had invited him to Dominica. He was trying to enter the Olympics on the shooting team, so you have all of these
shooting team.
So you have all of those controversies, and I really feel that the Olympic itself is hurting. But Mr. White, since you're here and since we're talking about the Olympics, one of the biggest criticisms that Dominicans had was the fact that we did not have homegrown.
There has been a perennial criticism.
We don't have homegrown athletes in the Olympics. What more can the Olympic Committee do? For example, can the Olympic Committee, with all of the resources that it receives from the International Olympic Committee, could they use some of those resources, for example, to pay local coaches to help the athletes develop their skills? I mean, because it seems to me, and I know that there are resources coming from the International Olympic Committee to assist in the development of the athletes, but we are not seeing it. But we can tell us what is happening, and if that is not something that the Olympic Committee should be looking at doing.
Well, as I said on a last week program, unless you have a track, where are you going to train? You need facilities. Loblack keeps saying that you need facilities.
Yes, but
you need a gym. You need all these things.
I understand, but we have athletes who are training, and I just learned, for example, that a Dominican athlete beat Kirani James at the inter-school games, and he just languished. He was obviously better at the age of 18 than Kirani James.
At the time.
At the time,
Oh,
at the time. But it's true. But I'm saying that there are athletes who are training and are working. I'm saying that given that we don't have the trackers yet, couldn't that be something to help develop the athletes? Pay the local coaches and have them develop the athletes within whatever limited means we have.
Well, again, the development of athletes is not the responsibility of the Olympic Committee per se. The Olympic Committee is simply the facilitator. You create the enabling environment. There's the DAAA who has to come up with a development plan as to how they're going to develop athletes.
And then they will submit that to you.
Submit that to
try to get assistance.
To get the assistance.
But you see, I want to come in here, Fountain, you speak about homegrown. I said, first of all, we have serious problem. All right, and I have no problem in terms of what we have seen. We have looked at the Olympic Games, this Rio, and we saw a number of athletes from different countries representing, who from Jamaica representing Dubai and so on. Just some Bahrain. Okay, I haven't any problem with this. My problem, for example, as I said, with the DOC. The DOC is a facilitator. You have Olympic solidarity in terms of funding. All right, we need equipment. What you can in terms of assisting the not just track and field, but you have football, you have basketball, you have volleyball. Just name the sports. There's certain equipment that we can access. All right, to assist the athletes. All right, for example, in terms, they say, look, this guy's going overseas. They're traveling. The president traveling, the secretary traveling. You have, for example, what can be done. How they can work with the local association, getting wonderful, even let's say, for example, a boxer, because it's not just an athlete going to the Olympic Games. We have potential boxers. Right now, you have martial arts at the next Olympic Games.
Guys, time is limited, so let's be quick about that.
We have one fencer there, 3 minutes. What can be done, for example, the Fountain, the DOC can do, how we can get some of our potential for the next 4 years at camps. 1 month in Europe or 1 month here, and that is the preparation. That's what I would like to see. But Ozzy made a very good point with all this hanky-panky going on. There should be new elections. They need a new body to run the DOC.
Well, that's what we have been doing for the last 2 years. We had 8 to 9 athletes overseas at high performance centers. We spent over $800,000 on athletes and their preparation. Athletes were being paid between $1,200 and $2,000 a month.
Well, the likes of Dylan, Simon, and a few other names.
Well, they're at university. Dylan is back at university.
Yeah.
He has been supported by the DOC.
What is being done in respect? I'm citing him because I know him well.
Yeah, he was
as one example. What is being done, say, now for the next Olympiad?
No, well, right now we have to wait on the IOC to come up with their development plan for the next 4 years to know what they're going to do. From what I understood, they want to sort of fast track the process rather than wait 2 years before the Olympics. They want to start immediately after the Olympics to start preparing athletes, so that athletes will be ready for Commonwealth Games, CAC Games. Then you go to Pan Am and then the Olympics, rather than wait when the Pan Am Games and then the Olympics. So that would prepare the athletes and give them greater opportunities.
Yeah, so anyhow, anybody wants to say anything more about this letter? I mean, as I said, the letter to me is written there verbatim. This letter, therefore, constitutes a serious warning which should be taken into consideration for the future. So it's a red light, whatever you want to call it, saying, look, guys, what's going on there must stop now. Otherwise, you'll be in serious trouble. And certainly for the future, you'll have many challenges. But so they're giving you a serious warning now.
But there's something in the letter which says the NOC faced challenges in Rio. There were no challenges in Rio, so I'm not sure what
Well, I guess the challenge with the tickets, huh?
Oh yes, you're not sure what the challenges there are.
No, that the NOC faced challenges in Rio.
Well, I'm guessing the challenges it has to do with the ticket problem.
No, well, we were not involved in ticket sellings.
I mean, at the bottom line, you were just not involved in ticket selling.
No, we were not involved in ticket sales.
No, but
absolutely.
Also, Mr. White, my understanding is that you have two options in terms of how to sell it.
Yeah.
You tell your IC you want to do option A, and then you turn around and was trying to do option B.
That's what happened. Yes.
No.
I think you're committed for the ATR, whatever you call that, option, and you all turn around trying to do for the alternative option.
No.
Without informing the IOC.
No,
That's all I gather.
They rejected the ATR.
ATR,
right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
So then we decide
on your own.
We want to sell on because this is another option.
Yes.
There's an option for us to sell.
But you have to inform them.
No, we inform them. We have
did it meet their approval? That other option?
No, well, when they approved, it took about 7 months before they gave us approval.
I think this other option didn't go on well with them, and they felt it had potential for irregularities. That's what I believe happened, and it was like a challenge for them. But basically and fundamentally, essentially, the letter is a serious warning. In other words, I said, no, you're not caught in the act of doing it.
No, we didn't do anything.
The potential is there. The whole situation is there, ripe for hanky-panky, and stop it.
You see, because
and the penalties can be severe, It could mean possible suspension.
Sanctioned.
I still believe that the DOC needs more transparency. And I said, it appears to me that the only thing is to have a general election, be dissolved, and have new blood. You can't have the general secretary acting unilaterally, doing his own thing. The president doesn't know. The president gets the letter, the other members don't know. You can't have that lack of transparency. I can't do well. There's no unity, no harmony. And that is going to give rise to many irregularities and people doing, to use the colloquial term, doing their own thing.
And also it's hard to imagine that even Mr. White, that even within the IOC, you don't have measures to actually deal with those kinds of issues, where you have somebody that is so apparently so errant that there's nothing within the constitution that allows you to move against this member.
You mean the DOC?
The DOC itself.
Right, and the local DOC should be able to take some disciplinary action against the general secretary if he has been acting. That's the way he was acting. But if he's at fault.
But you see, Fountain,
there must be something is missing somewhere.
We missed it. London was a fiasco, total fiasco. London.
Well, the IOC wants to prevent future fiascos. That is the gist of the letter. Take heed, serious warning. Stop it now.
No,
that's all they say.
No,
I don't know if you'll agree with me.
No.
I agree with you.
No, well, I agree with you. Now that I have more insight in the whole ticketing arrangement, I would recommend to anybody that DOC should not sell any tickets.
Because this ticketing arrangement thing.
No, because you see, it's a very complex kind of thing.
Yeah, and it can be fraught with irregularities.
No, you see, if you going to sell tickets, you can only sell tickets to Dominicans. You cannot sell tickets to anybody else.
You're limited to just Dominicans.
Dominicans, yeah.
So just don't get involved in selling tickets.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, just
don't get involved in selling tickets.
Unauthorized person, unauthorized.
That's strong with
So why employ an agent then who does not know the Dominicans?
So because you have to disclose your passport and your nationality and all those kind of things. So you just the whole question of selling tickets.
I'm going through the letter very quickly. I'm going to time to read the whole letter, and the time I've allocated for that. I didn't know about this letter, but this thing has dominated the airwaves for the last few days. But I've seen it essentially, it's just a very serious warning, and it will be taken into serious consideration for the future. So they're telling you, be on your guard. Clean your house, clean your slate, clean your house, clean it up, or you shall pay the consequences. Isn't that what you read, Mr. White?
Yeah. As I said, for future games, whoever is there, my advice.
Whoever is.
Yeah, whoever is there. My advice is do not get involved in selling tickets.
You should not get involved in first case.
When they offer tickets for sale, say you're not interested.
But Mr. White, no, not so quick. Because there will be Dominicans down the road who want to attend the Rio Olympics, and the national committee has an obligation to those Dominicans.
What I'm saying.
We can buy from anywhere else.
No, you can get games. You can get tickets at the game.
At the games.
Now that I know, you like Dominicans.
No, but you cannot wait. You can't depend on that because Rio might have had space, but you know how difficult it is.
No. They allocate tickets for families and friends
at the games.
Yes, I know, but I'm a Dominican. I don't have. I'm not a family or I'm not a friend. I book my ticket. I want tickets as a Dominican. I should be able to come to the National Olympic Committee and request tickets.
Well, somebody. Okay, you get in touch with somebody here, right? You'll be covered under you can come as family and friends.
Yeah. And you will take it from here and try to get that ticket for that Dominican under that category, family and friends.
Yeah. Because as chef, right, TLR4 came in and she bought tickets for her parents at the games under family and friends.
But what he's saying is, person wants to buy a ticket well in advance. They plan the holiday or the time off, or like 3-4 months, and they want to purchase tickets about 2-3 months in advance. Well, in Dominica, how do they acquire?
Well, I'll tell you
those
again. the arrangements for the tickets, you had to purchase tickets for persons, and somebody would have had to go up to Rio to collect all the tickets and come back. That's how complicated it is.
No, but when they assign you the ticket, and I guess the reason why they assign countries
because they don't send the tickets
a certain
to
amount.
They don't send the tickets.
But you have some means of getting it. But
the NOC has to collect all the tickets.
All the tickets, right. But I'm saying the reason why they do that is to ensure that every country that needs tickets gets, because you might not be able to get ticket otherwise as a Dominican. So I think the Olympic Committee should not simply dismiss it. I think if there are some problems, look at it, try to correct it, because down the road there will be Dominicans interested in going to the Olympics, and they should be given that opportunity.
All right, so Philip, let's address the final thing. As a result of this letter, as a result of what's going on, what does the executive plan to do in terms of restoring your credibility, answering some informed letter going out to the public, something? Is there going to be a response from the collective?
Yes,
collective executive.
The executive will be meeting at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
You have I see.
Yeah.
And there'll be a concerted reply.
Yes, we'll look at the letter, we'll see where it came from.
Yes.
The persons who we have asked to deal with and to get information. We have our correspondence we had with the IOC and the NOC and
the public we can await a response to that letter.
Yes. And whatever responses we get from overseas, that will be forthcoming.
Yeah.
There's nothing to hide. Nothing to hide.
From your side.
There's nothing to hide.
Your side.
As far as you're concerned.
As far as you're concerned.
But aren't you shocked that the president said he got that letter while in Rio and replied on his cell phone, and he'll follow up on a formal letter using the DOC letterhead without informing the executive?
No,
aren't you shocked by that?
No, if you look at the date of the letter, the president.
He said he got the letter while he was in Rio.
Yeah, because he got it from email.
So
he accessed
and said on his
because
cell phone.
Both the president and secretary accessed the email on their phones.
But later on, he was planning to answer.
Yeah, formally.
Again, acting unilaterally. There was no plan to involve the executive.
No, but it will come to the executive.
No, he said he
was going to reply. All he said, I heard him saying that.
No, but anything that responds has to go through the office on the letterhead. The secretary in the office, the administrative secretary in the office has to.
After the fait accompli, after he has written his answer, it goes through for a matter of filing on the record.
She has to do all the typing.
I know, but nobody can input or change anything he has written.
No.
My point is this: she has to do the typing, and she'll file it in a nice file, put it away. But nobody from the executive has an input in that letter.
But also, what I found strange is this: he said about Fontaine. Lastly, he said in Rio on his email, and White is in Rio. I mean, they usually meet in Rio, and he was never informed about that.
Right there in Rio.
Right in Rio, was never informed about that.
Yeah. Probably White's room was 10 miles away, and there was no telephone communication.
No. As I said, say for instance, I was in Roseau and he was in Portsmouth. That's the distance between.
But you all met at the games. You all met at the games.
Hardly.
We met. We met once at handball. We met.
So what? Meetings in the morning. How about in the mornings? We have never met whatsoever in the meeting.
No, man, these guys doing
No, Lobby. You have to understand how this thing works.
But
the people in the village. Every morning at 7:30, I attended a meeting.
I know
the
that
chef meeting.
You tell me the president.
We'll just take one call and we'll have to take a break because we're going on for 40 minutes.
Yes.
We'll take one call. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen.
Yes.
Mr. White,
yes.
There's no need trying to cover up for your partner. He has already spilled the beans. Everybody heard what he said. All right? Just try to be straight. Okay, then.
Thank you, caller, for your input. You said you're trying to cover up for your partner. I don't know.
No, but also, what White said, I have been to the games.
I don't know who is the partner.
Because
I don't know.
White is telling me that about he in Rose and here and there. You all must meet, the president must come around to meet the team. He don't tell that he isolated him. He must be around. You had to meet.
We met at the welcoming ceremony, which was on the
a whole month in the place. Tell me
on the 3rd of August. We had a welcoming ceremony. Then we had the opening ceremony on the 5th of August. Okay.
So I mean, there's no doubt anybody listening, the most innocent listener, must realize there's serious discord and this unity among the DOC, among serious.
We met at boxing.
And no organization can continue to serve the public or whoever they have to serve in that way. I've given my solution. That's the only solution I can see that makes sense. I don't know for Thompson and Lobby.
I concur with you also. I concur with you.
I don't know if Thompson concurs.
Enough is enough. Fontaine, enough is enough. That is
a solution needs to be found. There is certain dysfunction within the DOC, and that needs to be
make it dysfunctional. I think we have one more. I'll take the last call for Philip White, and then we have to move on because we have many other items to cover. Hello, Sports Wrap. Welcome to Sports Wrap. Hello. Person is. Hold on a few seconds. Hello, Sports Wrap.
Also, good evening to both of you.
Hello, good Mr. Hi, good. You're the last caller.
Respond to that comment I'm hearing then as a sportsman. My brother, my advice to you all, let me just tell you, donkey should never participate in a horse race. You people here are not prepared to take part in any Olympics. You got no swimming pool, no Olympic infrastructure, no athletic tracks. Why are you participating in these people's business for? Let Jamaica, Trinidad, who put money in that thing, they are ready. Dominica is not ready for Olympic. All they do is embarrass us overseas. Not even a genuine Dominican athlete you can get there in all those years, you know. So get yourself prepared. Just disband that thing you all got there. Get yourselves prepared. When Dominica is ready, with all the infrastructure available to produce Olympic athletes, then we can take part in it. But don't go there and embarrass us. You know, Mossy, it's just bad.
Yes.
Disband them all together. When you're prepared, go into the Olympics.
Dissolve them and have a yes, okay. And some new blood. Okay, thank you very much, caller. Okay, I think by the way, the caller, we haven't forgotten the world team you gave us a fortnight ago. We're going to address that world team this afternoon.
Yeah, but Mr. White, can't I know, but the resources are with the Olympic, with the National Olympic Committee. Can they do more to get the track going, to get a boxing ring, to get a swimming pool?
More initiative.
Because the money is there. You have access to the resources.
Well, without land, you cannot get a ring.
So why
we have written to government? So almost a year and a half.
Okay.
We got a response. Erica put it on hold. We wrote recently again in May. Mm-hmm. We're waiting for a response. Because what we're looking at is having a joint venture. The Olympic Committee, athletics, football. And football. As a matter of fact, while I was in Rio, I met the development officer of FIFA, Howard McIntosh, and I spoke to him together with Godwin Dossett. Because Carter showed some interest in assisting Dominica in getting a all-weather track for here. So I indicated to him, look, what happening in the discussions. He said, well, just keep him informed and then he'll see what he can do on his side. So we are there unless you have land there's nothing you can do.
But the government have land. They have plenty of land.
Yeah,
I don't understand this.
Anyhow, gentlemen, I think we have...
Do you understand this? That we can get a piece of land to put a track down?
I said the government has land. The government has to be involved in that.
This is incredible. This is unbelievable.
Where there's a will, there's a way. I mean, the IOC has the money, and these guys should have the clout and shouldn't have to wait on the respective, or the athletic association to do all the initiatives, What I say, more should come from the DOC.
Well, the
DOC and the government getting facilities in place to take Dominica's athletic to a level. Otherwise, our representation will continue to be a big farce. As the last caller said, uses even stronger words than that. It will be a mockery for some time to come. We must change now. So, gentlemen, I think Mr. White has been very frank with us, very forthright with us. I want to thank you, Philip, for coming. And you were here last week, you're back again. And I'm sure we asked you to come again, you won't hesitate to come again. Because as you always say, your mojo is, I have nothing to hide.
Well, as I said, I have nothing to hide. And if you have taken the responsibility to serve,
yes,
you have to open yourself up for scrutiny.
Well, there's no doubt about it.
So you cannot shy away and, not answer the questions.
No. So we want to thank
whatever issue or whatever we need to discuss, I'm always available and willing to return.
Okay, so if more developments ensue, we may call you again some other time, Philip. I know you're always willing and able and ready to come. Yeah. So let's hope for the best, and your meeting tomorrow, let's hope it's successful and there's a concerted action taken, some strong letters, some response, and the public will be made aware of developments. Dominica's Olympic representation will improve in the future. That's the bottom line. A stronger Dominica presence and representation at the Olympics. Not more officials they want, less officials and more athletes. And some homegrown facilities as well.
Okay, what I can say in closing, since I went into the Olympic Committee from November last year to May, between that period of time, our management has improved tremendously. Unfortunately, we lost our capacity officer who got a regional job. So we have a vacancy at the moment. But we have gotten on stream with the IOC, our reporting standards, our transparency, accountability, that has improved tremendously, and the funds that were in the pipeline all have started to flow. So financially, the DOC is sound. We were able to
saying, notwithstanding that letter.
Very sound. Very sound. We continue to receive all our resources because we present our proposals. They respond effectively and appropriately if there are any queries, and as I can say, we're moving forward.
Okay.
Despite all the wranglings and whatnot,
back and forth.
The DOC is
and the infighting.
Yeah, the DOC is standing, and the affiliates mustn't feel shy away, to come and request assistance. The DOC is standing strong.
Okay, then, as the words of Philip White, the chef de mission, or the manager of that team, we'd like to see an improvement in that team for the next Olympics. So, Philip White, I want to thank you for coming here and answering as much as you can. And it's a very controversial time for the DOC, and you're brave enough to come here and face any questions, awkward or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip.
Thank you very much.
Right. So we'll take a break now, guys. It's now 6:51, and we'll take a break here at Sports Wrap.
What is it?
Say hello to Flow, a powerful network that connects you to your world like never before. Experience a world-class mobile network and the fastest internet speeds. Express yourself, connect, say hello to your world.
This is how we bond. This is how we share. Let the whole world know. This is how we flow.
Come in, call, or visit us online at discoverflow.co.
Looking for a warm and cozy and relaxing place to eat, drink, or just hang out? Then you must come to Milan's Bar and Grill. No, I'm not talking about Milan in Italy. I'm talking about Milan's Bar and Grill next to Minia's 7-Eleven in Louisville. Open from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. At Milan's Bar and Grill, you will be treated to succulent finger-licking dishes and a wide selection of all fine wines, local juices, and a full bar. Come up to mingle, have a nice line, or dine in. Air-conditioned, very chic and comfortable with breathtaking ambiance. Regulars on the menu are grilled and steamed fish, baked and grilled ribs and pork, fish fingers, rotis, sandwiches, ham and cheese burgers, French fries, and wedges. Lunches are served from 11 a.m. daily. Come dine with us to enjoy the very best of local and international cuisine. Call us at 613-2337 to place your order. We look forward to serving you at Milan's Bar and Grill.
The Roseau Sports and Cultural Connection presents the first ever Roseau Sports Festival. Family fun and sports. Sunday, September 4th at Lindo Park Goodwill from 10 a.m. Calling on sportsmen, women and children from Roseau and environs. Come show your skills, flair and endurance in football, basketball, netball, cricket, rounders and different board games such as dominoes. Call 245-2802 to register your zone, your block or your teams. DJ Shield will be playing all the hottest and latest tunes. Homes and castles, face painting, sack race, lime and spoon, and bun eating for the kids. So this Sunday, all roads lead to Lindo Park from 10 a.m. for the first ever Roseau Summer Festival, Family Fun and Sports. Linking up the sponsors one time: Flow, Burton and Company, Fine Foods Inc., Honorable Danny Lugay, Kubuli Chebesau, iRock, and Honorable Joseph Isaac.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Designer Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
What gift can you give the vehicle which already has everything? Starting now, give your vehicle the gift of liquid titanium engine oil protection. Upgrade from the regular. Extend your engine's life. Banish and eliminate wear, oxidation, sludge, and corrosion with liquid titanium technology. Liquid titanium engine oils are proven to save you money by reducing your fuel consumption. For more information, go online to phillips66lubricants.com or call Luke John at Concept Technologies 449-7123 for the best in lubricant quality and value. Concept Technologies Filter Shop, La Salle and Qualiho, 449-7123.
Searching through the murky waters for crystal clear views of an island's history, a history which is as boundless as the limitless blue skies which marks this island geographical location. Crystal Waters Blue Skies is the medium for dramatic expression. Get the vibes right on cue, Monday and Wednesday, 7:45 a.m. just before the hot seat.
Monday to Sunday morning, all day to evening, just keep on coming, cause Mingus got it. Mingus got it. 7-Eleven shopping, top-ups and groceries, your household items, yes, Mingus got it. Mingus got it. Our friendly staff is loaded to give good service, just ask around, they know Mingus got it. Venus got variety in drinks and snacks. Household hardware, we've got all of that. For late night shoppers and early birds too, the 7-Eleven was made for you. Venus 7-Eleven, we operate from Roseau, Hayfield, Minis. At your service, at your convenience. Venus, got it, got it.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. The time is now 6:58, so it's almost 7 o'clock here on this Thursday evening. Guys, let's take a quick look at football. So, did you see the last week football openers?
No, I didn't see the openers. No, I was about the results. You had a shocking result for the defending champion, that is Dublin. They were beaten by Wacky Rollers 2-0.
Yes.
And Kensborough got a rude awakening when they opener. They were beaten 4-1 by Baffin State.
Yes.
I think
Southeast 4-3. Southeast beat Point Michel.
Point Michel
4-3.
But Harlem played Point Michel on Tuesday. Harlem beat Point Michel.
Oh, Harlem. Sorry, yes, Harlem. Yes. Southeast beat. So that is. I'm looking at the DFA website there. But Southeast won 4-3
against is it Portsmouth? It was from Portsmouth, man.
Portsmouth, yes.
Oh yeah, okay, right. Baffin State Kensborough was 4-1.
4-1.
Exodus Middleham United 2-0. Dublin Wacky Rollers 0-2, and Harlem Point Michel 2-0.
2-0.
Yes, and Southeast 4-3 against Northern Concrete and Steel Bombers.
Right.
4-3.
Do we have the games for a coming weekend?
Yes, we do.
There's a game tonight. Tonight. Let's see what the games
tonight or tomorrow night. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
That is Southeast playing Point Michel in Dublin tomorrow, Friday. On Saturday, Baffin State takes on Wacky Rollers FC. Also on Saturday, we have Dublin FC playing Kensborough. And on Sunday, you have two games: Bombers FC versus Exodus FC, and Harlem United versus Middleham United.
FC means football club.
Football club, yes.
Okay.
They're all football clubs now. They're all football clubs. But also, we would like to encourage the locals to come out and support. Most of the games are being played in Dublin and in Portsmouth.
Are they being well attended?
Well, that's a problem. I don't know why. Last year we had games in the Windsor Park. There appears to be no games in the Windsor Park this year. So Nukate San Palace.
So no games in the Windsor Park.
No games in the Windsor Park. We're getting worse.
What's the reason for that?
I don't know.
I think there's some games. I think that in terms of what I understood, there's something going on. Something going on in Windsor Park. Sebastian, that I've learned.
Why is football not being played at this juncture at the Windsor Park Locket?
Well, I wouldn't know. All I know is that we train, the Volcanoes train there every morning.
The Volcanoes are training there.
From 8:30 we're there till about 2-3 o'clock.
On the field?
Yes.
But you don't use the pitch?
Yeah, we up to today. We're on the main square today. Batting and bowling today.
So why no football? You have no idea?
No idea at all.
I saw the schedule and most of the games are in Dublin, Portsmouth.
And then some repairs in the stadium also?
They were doing some work on the roof, but they have since stopped. I haven't seen any work going on there this week, for sure.
Okay, what a little long that they had to do some treatment on the field and people are not allowed to go.
No, we've been training there all week, all day.
How long you're there now?
The training started August 1st.
Okay.
Because what we saw happening last year when the games were in Windsor Park, we saw the crowd starting to come out.
Yeah, the crowd coming out.
And it can only help the players. When with the crowd support, guys want to impress, they play better. If you're going to be playing to empty fields, it doesn't help the
It's not only
the
playing
level.
in terms of the gate receipt.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And you feel more comfortable sitting and sitting and covering any ring, and you're being covered.
Yeah.
Well, the first last week it starts in November, yeah. So Whitwell Islands could be playing then against Jamaica in November.
Yeah, but
from what I know of the fixtures.
Oh yes, I want to ask you, how many first class matches are we going to have this time?
Probably two.
Two.
Maybe Jamaica and Trinidad
in November.
Tentatively, it may be the 18th of November, and sometime in February, March.
Okay, so we have
off my head.
Off your head, yes.
Yeah,
but we have at least two games there.
Yeah.
First class games.
Yeah, probably Jamaica and Trinidad.
4-day games.
4-day games, yeah.
4 days.
We're not Volcano.
Windward playing Jamaica.
And there is international cricket next year.
Where's it?
In Windsor Park. Who's coming?
Afghanistan?
Huh?
Afghanistan?
I'm not sure. By the way, the West Indies board has a meeting in Dominica next week, eh? They're meeting in Dominica next weekend. West Indies Cricket Board.
But it's not the board we want in Dominica, What is first-class cricket?
But what I'm saying, I just said.
But it's a good sign.
I just said there's cricket next year.
Yes.
I just said that.
Okay, well that's good. I'm glad Internet is coming back.
We'll have to move a little quickly again, Locker, today, because we have to look at the world team. Have you prepared your world team?
No, well, before we go to that, as you're talking about football,
I don't come to it yet. No.
The BPL, we've not been talking, because people have been asking questions. Because the reason why people are asking questions, unlike before, when Sportsmack was showing all the matches,
you're not seeing the matches.
You don't see all the matches. So, as I said, on Channel 102, I watched United win the last minute last week.
Channel 102 will bring most of the matches.
Yeah, but this weekend,
Sportsmack is still bringing some matches.
They don't carry live. They don't have the rights to carry.
Yes.
They have the rights.
So you have to go to Channel 102 if you have mapping.
Yeah, but this weekend there's international break, so there's no BPL.
Yes.
Neither the Spanish League.
Yes.
But United, Manchester City, and Chelsea are undefeated so far. It's free.
Yeah.
They won all their matches. In fact, United won the last second in their match last week.
Yeah.
With what's his name, the young boy, the 18-year-old Rashford, when he scored that goal.
But
so far this three are leading. And like I said, this weekend international break, international football.
Right.
But there'll be no local football.
But I'm impressed.
Once 102 is going to bring all the matches at Sportsmax, otherwise would have been bringing.
And what? Not all. And what they do, while you have a live match, you after the game they give highlights of all the other games
on 102.
On 102, so you can see all the highlights of the other game, the goals scored in the other games. You can see that.
Yeah. But which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But so far, what I have seen so far in the BPL with Man City, Manchester United, and Chelsea, these three teams have been very good, so far. Yeah.
Well, Arsenal won 5-1 themselves last week.
I know, but in terms of what I've seen, these three teams here, I like Man City a lot. The new coach.
Well, they sent 7 of them in on loan. 7 of them in.
That I find funny.
No, well, they have money. They can afford it. The owners have money.
So Man City has taken an early lead. They're leading the table. They're on top of the table.
On goal difference,
Yes, on goal difference. Well, Chelsea and Man United, they're all on 9 points.
Yes.
So it looks like Mourinho is so far so good.
So far paying dividends.
Paying dividends. Free.
Our friend Sibo is also on a high also, don't forget that. He's still doing well.
Okay, guys, we have to move on quickly. There's so much cricket taking place, as you know. Records are being smashed over the place, and we have to be on top of the records. For instance, we know that England has now scored the highest score ever in one-day cricket. I don't have time to ask the quiz I want to ask, if I'll have time for that. There's so much cricket happening. I don't think I'd mentioned that last week Stark, in fact, became the fastest bowler, the bowler to the fastest, quickest to 100 wickets in one-day cricket. We never mentioned that. He broke, I think it was Saqlain Mushtaq who had the record in 53 matches. Stark got his 100th wicket in the 52nd ODI match he played. And remember, he played a match in the West Indies, which was rained off completely. He never bowled. They also count that as having played,
But it's a game.
But you didn't.
I rained up much the game.
I know, but you didn't actually play. I thought there should be some sort of, because for that you didn't play. Anyhow,
points are awarded, even if you have points
are awarded. I know, but your individual performance, you can't do anything. You can't bat. You can't bowl. So it affects any record-breaking streak you may be on. However,
but it comes to the same thing. Also, you could play a match and don't bowl or don't bat, and it has to count.
Well, it's highly likely that you wouldn't. Well, the point we're talking about individual performances. It's based on how many matches you play. Like watching guys who have scored so many runs in so many test matches. You watch their innings, even like Viv Richards, you see where he played 121 tests, but only about 170 or 180 innings, where another person who played 120 tests might have played 220 innings. So what you really have to look at, not so much how many tests they have played, how many innings they have batted. Because you can many times West Indies used to win in the Richards days, as Lockett, and bat only once. So he had no time to accumulate this high. I want to discuss all these aspects, Anyhow, Stark has broken the record. He's taken his 100th ODI wicket in 1 or 2 games before. And by the way, Australia has returned the favor to Sri Lanka, beaten them 3-1 and smashed them in the last match they played just yesterday. The Australian ODI team Lockett and is a different makeup from the test team. Bailey has made a complete difference the way he's batting his spinners. The fellow called Travis Head. He uses his head and is a good player of spin bowling. He's replaced Maxwell. Then there's also a fellow called Wade, Adam Wade. Is his first name Adam?
Matthew Wade.
Matthew
the
Wade. He's a much better batsman than Neville. So that's a big difference when
in
you
fact,
have
Wade made 100 right here in Dominica.
Right.
In a test match.
But just the other day, 2012, I'll never forget Australia were in trouble when Shillingford was taking all the wickets there, and Wade just went out and scored a century. But his glove work had declined a bit, and they dropped Wade. But you can't have a guy like Neville, number 7, for a powerhouse like Australia. You want a man who can bat in the Gilchrist tradition. Wade is no Gilchrist, but he's no Neville either. So they've been Rod Marsh has been picking bad teams. So you have Bailey.
No, when you say bad team, because they're losing now. I mean, you see, because you see, like I always say, selection is a matter of judgment. To you, it might be a bad team, but to a lot of people, it might be a good team. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
No, well, you can't justify to me you picking Henriquez to bat number 4 in a test match for Australia.
Well, that's what I say, Ozzy, to you, but to heathens, but to him, Henriquez is the best man for the job, to him.
No, but I'm saying, you'd ask most people, and they'll find it a ridiculous move. Say when they were criticizing Clive Lloyd, and they're going to criticize handing the captaincy, whoever did it, to this young Bajan guy. This was farcical, and it's showing, it's ridiculous. And you can't tell me you have Henriquez, who's a bits and pieces player. He would do well to make even this other team, what do they call them?
Sri Lanka?
No, the associate teams. Not even associate.
Afghanistan?
And Ireland is the same.
But have they not bad teams? I mean, right. Afghanistan, West Indies,
and
remember that?
He's batting number 5 in a test match. Oh, that's ridiculous, man. Anyhow, you have Head, you have Wade, and Bailey. They have made a difference to the team. And the Sri Lankan authorities continue to prepare the spinners' wickets. You know how many spinners they picked last time? 6 spinners.
Well, some of them are batsmen, eh? Some of them are batsmen.
I know, but some of them are mainly bowlers. 6 spinners, you know. And it backfired on them. Because Finch, okay, I forgot Finch. Finch is just blasting the bowling. So you have Finch, who scored a 50 in 18 balls. By the way, Finch has become the scorer of the fastest 50 by an Australian batsman. Right? He almost broke the world record of the Villiers. The fastest 50 in T20 is 16 balls. Finch had it in 14 balls, you know, but he played 2 dot balls before he cracked the 4. And he passed, he had got the Australian record, but not the world record. But Australia was 75 at loss, and Finch had scored 55. Right? Khawaja also came in and got a bad out, as the DRS showed. They were discussing all that. Australia having a hard time in Sri Lanka, as I am now learning because I'm doing my research. I'm not coming to say and speak, you know. I do my research. I hear what comments they make. Khawaja was a mile away from like somebody gave out LBW first ball. And then you're going to say Khawaja has failed. I'm sure Khawaja can score century against Sri Lanka. So you have to look at all those little aspects. Anyway, I'm not going into too much detail. All I want to say is England now has the highest score, 444 for 3 in one-day cricket. And this guy's got 171 Hales. And they were talking about thinking about dropping Hales, you know.
Well, he hadn't done anything before that.
Right. And Hales got 171. This guy's got 90. Also, he had the fastest 50 for an English batsman in 22 balls. That is Butler. So England has the record. And to me, since the World Cup and they were booted out in the group at the group stages, England has gone back, to use the colloquial term and the cliche, to the drawing board. And they now have an explosive one-day team. I think it will be difficult for any other team now to beat England in 1 day.
In England?
No, on any ground that is not made doctored by the Indian authorities, man. Any Asian ground. In Australia, or any World Cup now, England to me will be a very tough team.
No, but I still find the top order, so with the exception of Root. I mean, it's true Hill scored, his brilliant century on 171.
No, but
I
scores.
still
Roy
find-
always scores.
Roy, yeah, but
Yes.
I don't know.
He made, but today, who made runs? Besto made runs today.
Besto
and
can-
Ben Stokes made runs as well
But
today.
Besto can't even make the 11.
Yeah. Well, he made runs today. Well,
made runs today.
Finn didn't play. Butler didn't play today.
So, Besto, who was probably the best batsman in the Test series, check Besto series, can't even make the one day. I talk about England's one-day team. Right now is a powerful team. With Wokes. England bats down to number 10. Rashid bats at 10. He has first-class centuries, England, I'm telling you right now, since the World Cup, England and the management team, the coaching team, they're all out to build back that one-day strength. You can see it. Test cricket, they're still coming back. They're doing pretty well. In fact, still, England is on the rise. There's no doubt about it.
We'll see.
No, I agree that, yes, certainly they're on the rise.
And Root has scored in the last 6 innings at least half a century, He's become one of 6 English batsmen of all time to do it. Root comes at number 3.
He didn't make a half century today. He failed today.
Root failed today, but apart from that, he had 6 consecutive scores of over 50.
You have a caller?
We have a caller. Yes, caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap. Hello?
Hello, caller. Go ahead, please. Caller, go ahead, please. Okay.
So anyhow,
but we shouldn't forget the West Indies exploit last weekend.
Okay, let's look at that. West Indies played a T20 and they scored 245 for whatever, for 4 or 5, whatever it is. And India chasing down to the last over. They had to score only 8 runs of 6 balls, and Dhoni made a boo-boo of it.
Bravo Baldwin. You have to give Bravo credit.
But who got most of that 6 last balls? Who faced most of the 6 balls?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, you have to give the bowler credit as well. You have to give the bowler credit. You can't have it.
But I'm telling
to be able to limit one of the most explosive T20 batsmen of all times in Dhoni, and to be able to do that,
I know
you have to give Bravo credit.
On the current form batting in that innings, there's no doubt that Rahul was the man who was in top form.
Yes.
In fact, to me, Rahul is fast becoming. I saw him bat in his century, and I said to myself, this man is almost a perfect batsman.
Yeah, but if you ask
perfect,
if you ask 99 Indians who they rather be facing in that last over, they'll tell you Dhoni. Yeah. If you ask 99 Indians who they rather be facing the bowling in the last over, they'll tell you Dhoni.
I feel that Rahul would have won the match easily. He faced in 3 balls. The way Rahul was bad. Did you follow the match?
I followed him, but also
how you follow
we have a caller. There's a caller here.
Man, this Rahul fellow is a perfect batsman.
He batted very well.
To me, he's India's best batsman.
Yes, caller.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Make your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, because just a while ago you guys cut me off when I'm saying hello. I just
BA. Hello. Yes.
We didn't hear you, BA.
Okay, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I want to say, Lord, thank you very much for telling us everything about West Indies. T111, what time they play and where they'll be playing. Can you imagine you guys talking about Olympics so much that you never mention the time and mention anything about the T20 versus India versus West Indies.
Now we're mentioning it. We just mentioned.
No, you're mentioning it after the game passed.
But the game has passed this last week. How we haven't met until.
Yes, but you never said anything about that. I had to find out that the game was starting 10 o'clock in the morning on another radio station.
No. I said that. No. BA. Listen, last Thursday, I did give the time of the matches. I even said the matches are played at 10 to accommodate prime time in India, which was 7:30 in the night. I said that last Thursday. Both games.
You said that?
Yes, because I knew the times of the matches. I did say that last Thursday.
All right, I want to apologize for not hearing, but I know I never left that radio.
No, I said that the matches, a lot of people were asking why the matches were at 10 Eastern Caribbean time. I said that obviously because of television rights, the matches were played to accommodate the Indians because obviously it's all about money.
No.
Okay. Okay, let me just ask you a question, Sibo. Where were you all the time? You know, okay?
No, I was there all the time. I was there. I was listening to the Olympic interview. I was there all the time. I was there from the start.
Ozzy, I want to congratulate you for asking some hard questions, but you still didn't ask some harder questions. Can you imagine on the other radio station, the president said he wanted to know how comes that letter was leaked?
But you heard
an inside source.
Yes, but you heard what the chef de mission was saying. Who leaked it? He didn't call the name, but he said who.
About free.
Yeah.
Too much buffet. Good day.
All right. Now, the point there was the second match began 40 minutes late
because of some problem,
of technical reasons, but nothing to do with weather or anything. You know, that's a scandal by itself.
In fact, ICC is asking
that's serious
for an explanation.
Of course,
they're asking an explanation about that because if we weren't for that, you would probably have a result. Because
exactly,
if 6 overs are bowled,
constitute a match,
you would have a result.
We have had a result, and in India, most likely would have squared the series. Because the ball was in it for 140 something. You know.
Well, the spinners made a big difference in that game. The Mishra and Jadeja and Ashwin, they all got wickets.
Yeah, so I wouldn't pick Roger Binney before Mishra. Roger Binney is a bits and pieces cricketer.
Well, he's supposed to be a medium pace batting all rounder. That's what
he's a holder. Brathwaite, this type of cricketers, they're not match winners for you. Well, holder is a hitter, not a holder. Brathwaite. But
Carlos, you mean the captain?
But Binney, but Roger Binney to me, average cricketer to play for India.
So how did our captain do? Should we retain him as captain going forward?
Well, that question probably too late now because West Indies playing a match playing on the 23rd of September, T20 against Pakistan.
But you see,
and he's
been retained.
That's not for me to disclose. All I say, West Indies playing the 23rd and the 25th against Pakistan in Abu Dhabi.
No, but I'm making a comment here, Sibo. Rahul, the young opening batsman of India, to me, apart from the fact that Kohli has established himself, is the best batsman on that Indian team. Do you agree with me?
No, I wouldn't agree. Kohli, in my opinion,
I said apart from Kohli.
Barring him. Oh yeah.
Barring
but
Kohli.
You know, Rahul is from Bangalore. That's where Rahul Dravid is from.
Yes.
They come from the same area.
Yes.
And Dravid had a lot to do with his upbringing.
I'm saying
he bats.
I'm saying he's the best batsman in India.
Rahul.
To me, I'm saying he's better than Kohli. Technically.
Well, it's a bit early to say that because Rahane is a top batsman.
I'm watching the technique.
No, but you never look at Rahane?
I don't, not because he runs his score, you know.
No, but Rahane's technique, Ozzy. You saw Rahane in England making 100.
I've seen Rahane bat.
And he's made runs everywhere. But outside of India,
his rate of scoring is not as quick as Rahul. You must have a good rate of scoring.
Yeah, but Rahul has just started.
Modern cricket.
Yeah, but he's just started. So I find it's a bit early to say that he's just started.
When Ken Williamson came out, I spoke very early for him. You know, I told him he reminded me of Greg Chappell, and he has not let me down. His records. I assess a man in 2-3 innings. That Rahul guy who opens for India, I am telling you, in my opinion, is a perfect batsman.
Well, yeah, but I still don't think he's a better batsman than Rahane.
He has stroke play, he has everything. To me, he's better. Kohli is very weak outside the off stump. Very weak. But I'm not because that Rahul guy, he's showing them up. They left him out. He got a break. That's how fellas do it, you know. When you get your break, consolidate it. It's called drop me now. It's called 170. Rahul. They can't drop Rahul. They drop everybody else before they can drop Rahul now. And look at the one at T20 match, that century by Rahul, that would be a fantastic. You all know, listen to that.
Well, we mustn't forget the century from Evan Lewis as well, right?
Young boy.
Or knocked by your boy from
Johnson Charles, yeah.
79.
But Evan Lewis, a youngster,
after scoring, is ducked.
Gale didn't play, made a brilliant 100.
No, it was a brilliant as Evan Lewis.
But Sibo, when we were 1-6, West Indies having 150-160 for 2 in 11 overs. Then I think they sent Russell to bat before Samuel. then I think we had a collapse. We only scored around 9 in the last.
In fact,
game.
Russell came in at number 3.
Number three.
No, he came in at number 3. When was
the second match you mean?
No, in the first game, Russell came in at number 3.
Yeah, because of the
rate was so high. But you know, where West Indies messed up the last 4 or 5 overs, they only got 14 runs. They should have West Indies should have scored about 270.
270.
The last 8 overs from India, they had a stranglehold on West Indies again.
Yeah. West Indies should have scored about 270.
Yes, that's
the rate they were going.
They were going at.
I have something to talk about.
In fact, West Indies had 116 8 overs, without loss.
What I
8
find,
overs.
Sibo, with Russell, seriously, Russell, who has been playing Fountain right now, should be a depth bowler. He should be more sensible in his bowling. It's true for the swinging the bat, but now you look like Bravo, for example. Bravo was established himself. You know, he's very. But Russell himself, the giving away, he can become in the 17th over. They almost got 25 runs,
Yeah, but you see, everybody in T20, everybody has the role. Bravo's role, obviously, is towards the end of the inning to come and see what he did at the death. Russell, obviously, if you know, he opens the bowling.
Yeah, but I find
that's not his role.
I find he gives away a lot of loose balls. A lot of loose balls. I find for his experience, I expect him to be much better than that.
Well, most people think he's one of the best T20 players in the world now.
Well, he is. I mean, if you look at the leagues that he played in,
arguably the best T20 player.
He played in 4 leagues, and won 3. He won 3, He won. So, I mean, he's probably one of the best now. But also, we are not forgetting Johnson Charles. Johnson Charles did very, very well.
He batted well.
79. With 7 sixes.
In West Indies' last 5 overs, India scored almost 90 runs. The last 5 overs, we were very, very expensive.
Right. By the way, New Zealand capitulated badly against South Africa. South Africa beat them quite easily. And Dale Steyn is now again the number 1 ranked test fast bowler in the world. So that's big news as well. Dale Steyn is number 1 ranked bowler in the world. Now, we have promised that the world team locker. Can we go into that a little later?
Well, yeah,
we have to. But we have to hear our fans. We can't. No, we haven't called our fans yet because of that letter you're going to go into and that cause a lot of controversy. All right. Let's hear our fans. Okay. You agree, Lomi?
Yes.
So let's say hello to Clem Fingal, BABA, who called a while ago, very irate BABA, but he was misinformed. I'm glad Dr. Sebastian straightened him out. And
was there to straighten him out.
Yes. Kent Abraham and Joe Abraham, there's Cecilia Dura and Cecilia Matthew. Hello to Shambe Emmanuel, Cassie Cott, my good friend Cassie Cott. Blessings. There's Clinton, Antoine, and Raymond, Happer, Edwards of Fokole, who are ardent fans, Taggy of High Street, Lee Robinson of Florida, Dr. Emmanuel Finn, Dr. Justice Irvin Andre, Mr. G, the facilitator of democracy. Good evening to you, sir. Felix Leslie, my good friend from Portsmouth, ASP Wicks, Bucky, my good friend. By the way, Bucky had recent surgery on his eye.
I met him last week.
And Bucky is as good as new. He's only 19 years old. Bucky's real age, he told me he's not 81. He told me he's 83. He was born in 1933. And Bucky moves like a spring chicken.
Oh, yes.
And I'm sure he's listening, so could they? You know what we call Bucky Thompson?
No, I don't.
Famous guy.
Flashy footballer, yeah?
Bucky, bowling. He's known to be a doctor in some... unofficial doctor.
Well, a lot of people are unofficial doctors. In fact, I heard a minister calling of somebody doctor, addressing somebody as doctor this week on the news.
There was a
minister of government there saying, addressing in some function, he addressing somebody as doctor. Doctor, yeah.
Yes. Anyhow, no more comment on that. Let's say hello to a real doctor, Dr. Vivian.
Well, we have a real doctor here too, eh?
Yes, Dr. Vivian Moyes. Daryl Titt, he's not a doctor, is he? Norman Shillingford.
Is he alright?
I haven't heard from him for a long time. Blackwinners Boys at Fokole. Andy Carter, let's say hello to Andy Carter. Roy James, my neighbor. There's Charles Marie and Jeff Williams, two real ardent fans. There's Ellie Kerr and Clances from Salisbury. There's Franklin Laron from Toronto, Blue and her husband from Bath Estate. There's Clotilda Doctrove, who always listens and ardent fan. There's Ninja, famous ninja guy from Point Michelle. Henry Thomas of the hospital. There's Bradley Roye. There's a guy called Brown. There's a guy called Rambo. Of course, Julius Corbett listens. Cornelius Lee.
The man who said it should be national team.
Yes, in that, Corbett. And we can't forget Dr. Hendricks Paul. In fact, there's somebody on the airwaves today giving him his full plaudits and said that he's not being recognized sufficiently for the work he has done, Dr. Paul. And I tend to share that view with her. I mean, Dr. Hendricks Paul is a special man, and we wish you all the best. We know you're listening, you like your sports, sir, and we hope your recovery continues to be every day you improve. What you saying, something like that?
No. I mean, somebody like him with the supposed new hospital is coming up. His name should feature prominently somewhere there.
The operating water,
in the hospital. I mean, his name should feature. Well, I hope. I mean, good sense will prevail.
Yes.
And his name will feature.
Yes. Say hello to Robertson Laura, my police friend. They always listen. He's an umpire here. There's Matthew Coffey, ASP. This guy is a diehard listener to sports rap.
Well, I know they switched them around now. I was in the police force, all sorts of changes.
Earlier I said,
Matthew Coffey now is back in CID.
Is Matthew Coffey back in CID?
Yeah, Laura is at traffic now. They made a whole set of changes.
As of today?
No, since last week or something like that. All sorts of things happening in police force.
Yes.
Anything
Matthew
goes.
Coffey is back
at CID from here.
Okay.
Laura is in the traffic.
Robertson Laura.
Anything goes now in the police force.
Yes.
Anything goes.
There's Stevenson Biddle, who is what do you call him? Constable, yes. And a lady called Rebecca of Maho. Gustav Williams. There's my good friend, the pharmacist at the hospital, Mr. Johnson, Tyson Johnson. There's Shirley Mills of Layo. Michael Murphy. Can't forget Michael Murphy. There's Boyo Seaman, Sean Esprit. There's Francois Barry, Vivian Alcendo, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Ozzy Walsh, who always listens, and I know you have quite a number as well, Lobby,
Yeah,
so
a few there,
I defer to you at the moment.
Yeah, I will say.
Roy Tavernier, who's waiting for us to discuss his world team. Go ahead.
Yes, quickly, I want to say hello to T-Boy and Patricia. The way they introduced me, especially T-Boy is right now in the hospital. I wish him all got in a speedy recovery, T-Boy. Also Price in St. Croix. There's also Lufa Martin, John Lewis in Soufriere. And there's a new doctor, Dr. Piper. Don't forget him, Dr. Piper. He said right now, doctor's going over the place. Call him a doctor now.
Is he a real doctor? Well, you have to call real doctors some other name then. Because everybody wants to be a doctor, so doctors should not be called doctors anymore.
Yeah, it brings up like someone like Thompson Fountain.
That's why I'm Thompson Fountain.
No, it makes a mockery of his doctorate, Thompson Fountain. Because everybody becomes
I
a
want to say
doctor.
to Edison in Baffert State, Edison Allen and the boys, Baffert State team, and the Baffert State team, all the best for the season. Our boys in Kennedy Avenue Financial Center, Tata and the boys, Joghead and JB the Juice Man in Pottersville, Pat Corbett in Portsmouth, our fans in the Valley, Kings Hill, Pontcassé, Point Michel, the crew in the Gardens, Pond and the boys. We have our friends in Granby, the entire East also. And also hello to Patrick John, Sebastian, PJ.
Well, let me just deal with that now, because I did go to see him. I was there today, spent some time, and like he said, he's fighting. He's fighting. I mean, he's there, he listened, he still has, upstairs he's still there, but physically he's struggling. I spent some time, he's struggling. And also I want to say hi to people like Alvin Lewis and Ronald in Monrochet, Paula Saran in Ohio, Alex, I know you're back in Miami. I know you're listening, you're on Paben. I know that. I mean, the Titiri, you'll get it when you come down. yeah, when you come down. But going back, as I was listening to Thompson with your interview with Gordon, and he's something that struck me when he said in his final remarks that you work hard for your doctorate, so you deserve it. So you are a real doctor. Yeah. And before we move on to the cricket, something we have to dive. I heard this elderly man in Loda today,
Ralph McLaw,
bemoaning the fact that here is a man who is 80 years of age.
81 years old.
If you have a policy where you say people over 70 must get a certain amount of money, why are you denying a man of that age what is due to him?
He's clearly eligible.
He's eligible because he goes on the radio and speaks truth to power. Is that right to treat somebody of that age like that? My goodness, Thompson.
I read on the radio today, you can see he feels it, No,
but it is wrong. It is very wrong to treat somebody of that age, an elderly citizen like that. Treat the man like he's they have pauper's allowance, but this man doesn't sound like a pauper to me.
Indeed. All right. We need.
I think we need to take one more break, and then the final lap we're going to discuss our World 11 locker. Maz. Maz has invited Earth, the world, to play.
But before you take the break, tennis. Serena Williams should be on court now.
Yes.
Yeah, her sister won today.
Venus has won her game,
second game. But Serena should be on court tonight, playing some Vanya King or something like that.
And Angelica Kerber?
No, Vanya King.
I know, but Kerber is still going on.
Yes. And Andy Murray won today as well.
Andy Murray looks
and Nikki Chori had a tight game going on. They went into fifth set. They were going on.
So we'll take a break again. When we come back, I think we'll look at more cricket and look at a possible World 11. And callers, you may call in and give your World 11 as well. Those of you who follow cricket for way back when. I think we must respond to Roy Tavernier's suggestion now, Locker.
Yes, I guess he'll be listening. I heard him earlier tonight on the show, so he'll be listening.
So, Roy, we're going to go into the World 11. So we'll take our final break and get back to the final 25 minutes we have in this show, Sports Wrap.
I saw Patrick today.
Welcome to Flow.
The Flow Big Blue Summer is burning hot. $500 cash giveaway every week, plus loads of free credit and free data. Could it be you? Yes, it could. Here's what to do. Top up $15 or more anywhere Flow top up is sold. Or sign up for any prepaid, postpaid or broadband service to qualify. It's the Flow Big Blue Summer promotion. Get in the action and win. Flow terms and conditions apply.
This is how we flow.
Looking for a warm and cozy and relaxing place to eat, drink, or just hang out? Then you must come to Milan's Bar and Grill. No, I'm not talking about Milan in Italy. I'm talking about Milan's Bar and Grill next to Minia's 7-Eleven in Louisville. Open from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. At Milan's Bar and Grill, you will be treated to succulent finger-licking dishes and a wide selection of all fine wines, local juices, and a full bar. Come up to mingle, have a nice line, or dine in. Air-conditioned, very chic and comfortable with breathtaking ambiance. Regulars on the menu are grilled and steamed fish, baked and grilled ribs and pork, fish fingers, rotis, sandwiches, ham and cheese burgers, French fries, and wedges. Lunches are served from 11 a.m. daily. Come dine with us to enjoy the very best of local and international cuisine. Call us at 613-2337 to place your order. We look forward to serving you at Milan's Bar and Grill.
Dragon Windows, hurricane safety tips. Protect and connect. All shutters are not alike. It's critical to get the product best suited to your needs. Dragon UPVC Windows recommends our well-designed and professionally fitted hurricane shutters to secure your home and business in this hurricane season. By taking a proactive approach toward fortifying your home or office building against hurricanes, you can rest easier knowing you have saved yourself money in damages. A little investment upfront in getting your building prepared goes a long way. Tip brought to you compliments Dragon Windows at Fopoli.
The Roseau Sports and Cultural Connection presents the first ever Roseau Sports Festival. Family fun and sports. Sunday, September 4th at Lindo Park Goodwill from 10 a.m. Calling renowned sportsmen, women and children from Roseau and environs. Come show your skills, flair and endurance in football, basketball, netball, cricket, rounders and different board games such as dominoes. Call 245-2802 to register your zone, your block or your teams. DJ Shield will be playing all the hottest and latest tunes. Homes and castles, face painting, sack race, lime and spoon and bun eating for the kids. So this Sunday, all roads lead to Lindo Park from 10 a.m. for the first ever Roseau Summer Festival, family fun and sports. Linking up the sponsors one time. Flow, Burton and Company, Fine Foods Inc., Honorable Danny Lugay, Kubuli Chebesau, iRock and Honorable Josie Weiser.
What gift can you give the vehicle which already has everything? Starting now, give your vehicle the gift of liquid titanium engine oil protection. Upgrade from the regular. Extend your engine's life. Banish and eliminate wear, oxidation, sludge, and corrosion with liquid titanium technology. Liquid titanium engine oils are proven to save you money by reducing your fuel consumption. For more information, go online to phillips66lubricants.com or call Luke John at Concept Technologies 449-7123 for the best in lubricant quality and value. Concept Technologies Filter Shop, La Salle and Collie Hope, 449-7123.
Yes, and welcome back to Sports Wrap. We're on the home stretch now, about 20 minutes left in this program, and we promised a couple of weeks now that the request of one of our ardent listeners and callers that he wanted whether we could discuss a possible World 11 to take on Maz in a 5-test series. Beginning, and we played on neutral ground in Jupiter. So we're going to give our World 11. First of all, we want to confirm that what's the 11 that he gave. So Roy Tavernier, if you are listening, you're going to call the 11 that you gave.
You call it 11 or 13, him?
Well, I took 11. I took 11. I took 11.
11.
So I'm going to call the 11 that I took down as what he gave. But of course, he has the right now to correct me if I have it wrong. He had Hobbs and Gavaskar as his openers. He had Bradman and Headley. Headley 4, Bradman 3. He had Richards 5. He had Lara 6. He had Sobers 7. Holding 8. He had either Lindwall or Lilly. I was not sure whether he said Lindwall or Lilly at 9. Then he had Oldfield, who is Bert Oldfield, wicketkeeper for Australia way back after the First World War. And he picked Abdul Kader. That's the 11. So it was Hobbs, Gavaskar, Bradman, Headley, Richards, Lara. That's the top 6. Then Sobers 7. Holding 8. Linwell or Lilly, they say 9. Bert Oldfield, the keeper, 10. And Abdul Kader as a spinner, 11. Abdul Kader, the famous Pakistani spinner. So that's his team. And Locker, did you look at his team? What do you think of that team?
Okay, I have no problem with the first two. In the middle order, to me, 3 people are automatic. Richards, Sobers, Bradman. So there's only one space to me in the top 6. And I would go for Tendulkar. Tendulkar has to go in there. My wicketkeeper would be Sangakkara at 7. If you look at his record, I don't think many people can challenge him at his record. One would be my spinner, Malcolm Marshall. Probably, I had a toss-up between Wasim Akram and Lilly. Probably go for Wasim and Andy Roberts. That would be my 11.
You have Andy Roberts?
Yes. in his prime, I don't think there were many better bowlers than him.
All right. Well,
in his day.
It's fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's debatable, it's arguable, and that's your choice. He's not my choice. And D. Roberts, I don't have him in the. Anyhow, here's what I looked at the openers. I looked at Hutton, Len Hutton, Hanif Mohammed. I did look at all the great openers of since cricket began to be played in 1877. A guy called Victor Trumper, Australian opening batsman in the First World War. His records are there, you can watch it and check it. Sewag, for mentioning, Matthew Hayden, a fellow called Herbert Sutcliffe, who opened with Hobbs.
During the days, yeah.
Right.
In Ponsford, you could talk about him.
In Ponsford. Although his career was short, but he was such an amazing batsman. And I settled on Hobbs and Gavaskar. I found Hobbs was a little better than Hutton. Hobbs' average is about 57. Hutton is about 54. All these guys are in the 50s, by the way. I have no guys in the 40s.
Well, that's why, yes. That's why my keeper was Sangakkara.
I'll come to that keeper in a minute. That's a big question I have to tackle. Okay, so my team is Hobbs and Gavaskar. Now, Bradman at 3. You have to move again. Bradman is unequivocally the best number 3 of all, the best cricket batsman of all time. He batted number 3 for Australia religiously. Bradman, you can speak twice. You just enter Bradman, number 3. Now, the number 4, 5 batsmen had some debate because they've been the great Lara. There's been Ponting. There's Sangakkara. There's a fellow called Wally Hammond. George Headley. That is.
But you see, Headley didn't play so many matches.
I know.
He averaged 16 Test cricket. Yes.
I'm going on that. I'm just telling you.
Tendulkar.
Right. I have Greg Chappell, and then of course Callis had a fantastic average, fantastic record, statistical wise.
In fact, he's better than Sober statistical wise, but obviously as a cricketer.
Right.
So
Tendulkar, I didn't mention Tendulkar. He's not featuring.
Well, because I'm going to come, I have him on my World 11. That's why.
Oh, okay.
These are all I call there, those who came close then for consideration. Lara. Imagine Lara cannot make my World 11. I don't think you had him either.
No. That's why I say in free batting sport are automatic.
Yeah.
Richards, Bradman, and Sobers would be automatic in the first 6.
Now, one might say, well, Richards, his average is just over 50.
Yeah, but
one might say, I'm coming to that now. Give me a chance. Richards played 121 tests, but look at how many innings he batted. 170 or 180 innings. Not some guys who played 120 tests would have batted 40 more innings.
Like Cook, Alistair Cook.
So you have to look at all these things. Now Richards, I look at it, the type of batting, the explosive batting, the authoritative batting. That's why Sangakkara now, I'm coming to him. I can't have him on my World 11 before Gilchrist at number 7.
Well, you just said.
You know why?
No, well, listen.
No, I'm going to tell you why I have Gilchrist.
Let me just
said why.
Because you just said you don't want anybody averaging less than 50.
No,
Gilchrist average is 47.
49 or something.
47 point something.
I said
Sangakkara is 57 in 144 matches.
I said I don't want any batsman.
Yeah, but nowadays the keeper now is a
keeper batsman.
Yes.
No. How many keeper batsmen are in the 40s?
In the average 40s?
Yeah.
Well, not many. Well,
exactly.
I mean, now you have that Pakistani guy, Safraz.
But that average, Sangakkara's average.
But that's what I'm saying. But the 38 test hundreds,
Let me tell you.
Gilchrist only had 17 or something like that.
Gilchrist had 1700.
Sangakkara has 38.
And Gilchrist had 16 ODI hundreds.
Sangakkara has 25.
But Gilchrist.
Sangakkara 25 was he?
Gilchrist had 370 catches.
Yeah, but
how many
Sangakkara 182. But he only kept in about 70 matches.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he was a keeper, that was right.
Well, let me give you my argument.
Oh, go ahead.
Gilchrist kept throughout his 96 test matches. Gilchrist changed the course of what is a wicketkeeper batsman. He is the one who changed it. Before Gilchrist, you had keepers scoring 20, 30. Gilchrist changed it. Sangakkara to me was more of a batsman who could keep wicket.
No, but towards the end of his career. Remember, he kept wicket
was not
when
an
he started.
explosive batsman.
No, but he's a class batsman.
At number 7, if he can't make it in the top 5 or 6, he can't make the team. Sobers obviously at number 6. So Gilchrist would be my keeper batsman. There has never been Gilchrist run rate in Test cricket is 96. Guys are plodding at 40. Whatever my strike rate. Know what I mean by that?
Yeah, I know.
How many runs per
Yes, I know.
Sangakkara, check his strike rate.
Yeah, but what I am saying,
okay,
if I would rather have a keeper with 40th 100 than one with 70.
I would rather have a keeper who averages 47, 48 years, but can score at better than a run a minute. In T20 cricket, he could score at 250 runs in every 100 balls. Gilchrist is one of the most explosive cricketers who ever lived. He changed the course of keeping. Sangakkara has a better, quote unquote, that's why I tell you, record. It's like Lara had a better record than Richards. And I stick with Richards before Lara.
No, but Richards won matches.
81.95, his strike rate.
Who's strike rate?
Gilchrist.
Test cricket.
Yes.
What is that? 81?
81.95.
Get Sangakkara's strike rate for me. You sure you're reading the correct
Yes,
thing?
yes, it's right there.
Okay, check Sangakkara's strike
I'll
rate.
pull that up in a while, yes.
Yes.
Richards won matches. That's the thing. That's the difference.
Gilchrist didn't win matches?
No, I'm talking about Lara and them. Richards won matches. That's the difference.
I would pick Gilchrist 10 times before Sangakkara.
Well, that's what I say. That's why we have this discussion.
Debatable.
Because
apart from Sangakkara, who was mainly a batsman, Lobby. Batsman, and keeping. But he kept in 60 test matches.
Actually 70 something he kept.
How many he played in?
134.
So he did not keep in almost double.
But that's towards the end of his career.
Right.
But when he started, he was keeping for Sri
But Gilchrist kept every test match.
But also recently.
And also opened the batting in one-day cricket. That is domineering form. Gilchrist has been one of the most dominant cricketers ever seen.
But Sangakkara 25 ODI 100 and he had a better average than Gilchrist. 41.
I don't care what he has done. Sangakkara can't see Gilchrist as a keeper batsman on your world team before. You're going to pick Sangakkara as a batsman. Pick him for Richards if you want, because he has a better average. And he scores more runs than Richards.
The criteria for selection would be the established statistic, Ozzy.
You can't only by statistics.
Yeah, but then, so what you choosing it by?
You have to think of how the teams he played for, the years he played, the opposition he faced, the kind of bowling he faced, how many matches he won, and was he a match winner? His strike rate, was he a plodder?
I believe what Sibo is saying about Sangakkara is a more established prominence in terms of playing cricket.
But he has more than even Lara, more than Richards too. So you're picking me for Richards? You're forcing a place there for Sangakkara, number 7. He has to make it him as a batsman. No, he can't make it. He never kept throughout his career. He kept half his career.
Also recently, they picked a current world 11
to me,
and they put De Villiers at number 6 as a keeper, and he's not keeping. Recently, and they had Botham, who it was Botham, Atherton, about 5 of them picking a world. They didn't even have Williamson in the 11. They had
because you have no.
They had Kohli.
They have no.
They had Root.
You have no great keeper batsmen out today.
So they had De Villiers as the keeper.
Okay, who's the keeper batsman who can come to De Villiers?
No, but he doesn't keep.
No,
but De Villiers not keeping.
But he does some keeping.
Yeah, but no, he used to.
Yes.
He doesn't keep anymore.
Because you haven't got top class.
He doesn't keep anymore.
But you don't have world class keepers.
I personally think the Pakistan keeper is a very decent keeper batsman, Safraz.
But this man hasn't played much cricket.
Yeah,
he hasn't played much cricket. How many tests has he played? Have you found
40 something?
Sangakkara, yes.
What's his strike rate?
54.19.
54.1. What is Gilchrist?
89.1.
30 something more. Strike rate.
But only Test cricket. Only but Test cricket. A strike rate of 50 something is very good. This is not one day. Test cricket, a strike rate of 50 something is extremely good.
But Ozzy, we have
Test
7 callers.
Okay, let's get callers. Let's get
a couple callers in.
No, you'll be right. I mean, I'm not right. I am telling you, the best keeper batsman of all time has to be Gilchrist. Sangakkara cannot be the best keeper batsman ever. Let's call in callers. Welcome to Sports Rap. You're forcing Sangakkara to get a pick where he can't make it as a batsman.
Caller, go ahead, please.
Pick him in Richards. He has a better stats than Richards.
Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Would you pick him before Richards? You would not. Why you want to pick him before Gilchrist? Gilchrist average is 47, as a keeper.
But his average is
hello,
57.4.
Yeah, that's far below Gilchrist. No, I'm talking about strike rate.
No, but it's what the strike rate to me doesn't count, in test cricket.
Doesn't count. Why do you think Australians will win the match in 3-4 days? The faster you can score must be always better for your team. You advance your game quickly.
Yes.
Okay, let's get the callers. Welcome to Sports Rap.
Let's see if he's right having.
Let's see if he's right having there.
Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello,
yes,
Sports Rap.
Yes. Hello. Good evening.
Yes. Good evening.
Yes. Good program. I just felt there was one
I'm finished my team
that was, I guess, forgotten.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess because of time.
Time, yes.
The idea of Courtney Walsh takes on specialist bowling coach.
Coach for Bangladesh, yes. Yes, okay, thank you, caller.
If you addressed it.
No, we haven't addressed it. But that is news that Courtney Walsh is now being engaged as the coach of the Bangladesh cricket team. Yes, that is, yes.
Right. And then I am just thinking, why not, that position as the West with the West Indies? What happened? Do we have a good enough bowling coach? Is our bowling squad better than Bangladesh's own?
Is Courtney Walsh a better coach than the coach that the West Indies have? Because Courtney Walsh took 500 test wickets. Does that make him a better coach than, what's the guy's name, Sibo?
You mean
West Indies bowling, Estwick?
Yeah.
Does that make Courtney Walsh a better coach than Estwick?
Well, it comes with experience. I mean, what does our current coach have to show on the table as a bowler? I mean,
so you think we should utilize Courtney Walsh before Bangladesh took him?
In other words, what I'm saying is he has more to offer.
Okay.
No, but what do you mean when you say he has more to offer?
No,
what do you mean?
I want to get more callers.
More to offer
accept his opinion, Courtney Walsh.
It is easier for Courtney Walsh to take on the field and say, look, youngster, this is how you hold the ball. This is how you bowl under pressure.
No, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you at all, caller. Anyhow, that's your opinion, and respect your opinion. All right?
Okay. Nah.
You made your point. You have a valid point, but we haven't. Let's get some callers. If they have, we haven't given my full world team yet. I haven't come to the bowlers yet.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, caller. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening.
Go ahead.
Yes, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening.
No, gentlemen, I am looking at this World 11. If you are looking for a wicket keeper batsman, you cannot pick Sangakkara before Gilchrist.
Exactly.
If you want a batsman who can keep, you pick Sangakkara. But I agree with Ozzy. If you want a wicket batsman world team, Gilchrist is number one. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, caller. To me, Gilchrist has no competition at all. Adam Gilchrist, one of the most dynamic cricketers the world has ever seen.
We have another caller.
Yes, caller. I agree. You're bowling. You mentioned.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes.
I would tend to go with Sibo, because if, according to you, the top six, you have that explosiveness in the top six, what you doing with an explosive wicketkeeper again? Now, if according to all this argument, you're looking at the best wicketkeeper of all time, neither Gilchrist nor Sangakkara deserve a place on the team, because you have all those top batsmen. You're looking for a wicketkeeper, the best wicketkeeper of all time. Now, as all it is explosive, yes, but we have Sobers, Richards, the two openers.
So who's the best keeper of all time? Who's your best keeper? Let's hear your view. Who's your keeper? Who's your keeper? He went?
I think we lost him. Let's take all the lines are going.
Can you have too many explosive batsmen?
Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Let me ask a quick question. Where is Gilchrist from?
Australia.
So guys, you guys lost the argument. Read between the lines. Thank you.
All right, let me just quickly give my.
Sorry, one more caller.
Caller, yes.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, caller. Welcome to Sports Rap.
Okay,
I think we need more time for that.
I would go for Gilchrist before Sangalkara.
Yes.
Gilchrist is able to change the course of a match, you know.
Oh, a match winner.
And one of the things also we have to look at, you know, some degree of the entertainment value. The Richards, you know, and
explosiveness.
You know, so I would go for Gilchrist. Although some years ago when 11 was named, Sangalkara was named as the keeper.
You remember that, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, okay.
Yes, he was named as a keeper.
Okay.
And one of the other things about choosing World 11, whether it's in cricket or football or other sports, is we're speaking about different eras, you know. And sometimes, hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Sometimes it might be better to do, you know, a modern era and, you know, let's say a pre-50s era, you know.
Yeah. It's difficult to pick a World 11 going back from 1877. But however,
what Color, you still there?
Yes, I'm
still there.
It's not any. It's just debatable. It's arguments really for and against.
Well, you know, Color, you know, Wisden, who most people recognize as probably in terms of.
Quick look. I want to give my bowlers. I haven't given my bowlers yet. Okay, Color, you have any other point you want to raise?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, people like Muliferan, you know, I haven't heard his name.
Okay, we're coming on to that.
And I think Tenduka should be on the team, you know.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good night.
Thank you very much. Well, I have, as in my bowlers, you have, for instance, you have Muliferan to consider. If you want an explosive fast bowler, you can't forget Jeff Thompson. However, I just said you consider, you know, even people, there's a fellow called SF Bands. If you want to know a guy who has been considered to be probably the best bowler who ever lived, people will tell you so, for his era and even after his era. Read books, authors. There's a guy called Sidney Bands who took 189 wickets in 27 tests. I think the average was 7 tests per wicket, the best of all time. 49 tests against South Africa, 49 wickets in a series. SF Bands. He bowled medium pace, but he was not a seam bowler. He used to bowl leg breaks. SF Bands. Anyhow, you have Sir Richard Hadley, who's taken 407 wickets, called test centuries. Richard Hadley, you mentioned Hadley. All these guys come in for mention. There's Wasim Akram, you mentioned Akram. But my fast bowlers, I'll pick Marshall. I have Marshall at number 8. He can do a little batting as well. But I have Marshall or Richard Hadley. Number 9, I have Lilly and Glenn McGrath. They're from Australia, yes, but they're still the greatest bowlers. That doesn't mean they're not good. Bradman is from Australia. Because from Australia, you wouldn't pick Bradman?
No, but Bradman, as I said, the free middle of the
So you find anything wrong with Lilly on a world level?
Remember I said I had a choice between Lilly and Akram. And I said I would go, because for variety, I would go for Akram, the left-hand bowler.
Well, I have Akram for consideration. But at the end of the day, I had Shane Warne ahead of Merlin. You know why? Because Shane Warne's art was the art of leg spin, which to me as a cricketer, I know it is a more difficult art than an off-spin bowler. And for the other quote-unquote things about Murali's action and all of that. And overall, I've chosen Shane Warne as my bowler. So that's my team. But again, I have Brian Lara as if anybody, Hobbs, Gavaskar, Bradman, Tendulkar, Richards, Sobers, Gilchrist, Marshall, then there's Shane Warne, Lilly, and McGrath. If Marshall cannot make it, Richard Hadley of New Zealand makes it for me. And Brian Lara, would any of the batsmen fell sick, Brian Lara would play.
But Imran Khan, you didn't mention Imran Khan. Somebody like him must come into consideration as well.
But I would not have Imran Khan mentioned before Waka Yunus and Wasim Akram. As for sheer bowling, Imran Khan is an all-rounder. But when you have picked Sobers, you can mention Imran Khan.
Yeah, Ian Botham as well. Kapil Dev.
They can get mentioned.
Yeah, these people.
So guys, that is I see the time has run out. Maybe we can lock it. We can go back on it.
Probably Roy should call next week.
Roy will call next week. So I see time has called.
And all the callers, we apologize.
And now we have to apologize to the callers. I knew that topic would bring in a lot of controversy, not controversy, but debate. And debate is healthy. So we'll continue it next time, Thompson. Early. Yeah. We'll go through it again. Because there are many great cricketers. I said nobody is correct. It is argument, everything is debatable. Nobody is an authority to say that should be the team. It's just a matter of argument and debate. Do you agree with me, Thompson? Yes. Right. So, guys, that's it. Until next week, Thursday, then. Bye-bye. Officer Elvis sign off from Sports Wrap.
Very good night to listeners to Q95 FM radio station. Let me welcome you to another edition of The Workers' Voice. It is Thursday. It's the first day in the month of September 2016. And it's great to be here with you tonight on The Workers' Voice. My name is Thompson Fontaine. And I'm being joined tonight by my fellow parliamentarian, Honorable Felix Thomas, And tonight we're going to focus exclusively on the economy. We know that that's what matters tremendously here, not only in Dominica but across the globe. And we are bringing a very special focus tonight on issues of the economy. So we are going to be in tune rather tonight for a really great program as we bring you information, and as politicians, of course, we are raising the issues that matters most to you. So we'd like you to sit back, get your cup of coffee, make yourself comfortable, put your feet up, and get ready for another edition of Special Workers' Voice tonight, focus on the economy. Let me say a very special welcome to my guy who is joining me here tonight, Honorable Felix. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Fountain. It's nice to be here on the Focus on the Economy special program by United Workers' Party. As usual, I want to say good evening to the Mao constituency, people in Despo, Corona, Silvina. That's home first, as usual. Campbell, close to my heart. Canefield, also Massac. Warner, for sure. That's our Shade Patat. Taru, also. We have a few people who would want to reach out to who going through some trying situations, both medically and through those who lost their families. We want to say accept our sympathies, and we want to say special good evening to Bolo in Guadeloupe as she is recovering from her sickness very well. So we want to extend our love to you, and also special greetings to our leader, Honorable Lennox Linton, and to our team members and candidates and the PAL reps and caretakers throughout the constituency. We are here this evening to discuss, and I'll be the sidekick of the Right Honorable Senator Dr. Thompson Fountain.
Well, Felix, indeed, and certainly with regards to greetings, let me just say a very special good night, of course, to all of my fellow Grand Foranians, guys in Grand Fort. Let me say a very good evening to you, Rivier of course, Mon Freyal, Mon Fregat, Mon John, Rosalie, Free Rivers, Kako. Just say a very special welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have some really critical issues to discuss tonight, because as you know, and as if you've been living in Dominica this last few weeks, you will understand the pressure. And this week is particularly bad, I think, for several Dominican families when you consider that it's back to school, and now parents have to be wondering where they're going to get the school fees, the number of school fees that they have to pay, and the uniforms, the school books. It is a tough one. It is a really, really tough, and it is quite something that when you think about it, because we are in an economy that continues to be really beaten down, an economy that is on remote control, really, it's doing its own thing. There is no policy direction from this government. They continue, obviously, to fail the people of Dominica. We see very little activity with regards to economic growth. Today is the first day in the month. Yesterday was the month end in Dominica, and you see very little activity. The usual buzz, the usual hum that surrounds the month end is all gone in Dominica, and we are facing, Felix, some very difficult times in this country. We see a government that is really incapable of tackling the issues that Dominica faces, a government that, rather than engage the issues or try to find solutions, we see this government using the radio waves increasingly to belittle people, to bring lies. When you have like a fly, a brain, and a ghost on a radio station, and all they do is bring people down. Like, for example, gentleman is trying to make a point, and then they talk about all of the things that has nothing to do with the critical issues of of debt, when you have that kind of situation, it is, Felix, it's really frustrating, to me, that like to think that, when you think of ideas, you have a problem in Dominica, the economy is not working well. You want to think of how you can fix it, how you can put people to work. There were young people, Felix, who left school 5, 6, 10 years, and they're yet to work a single day in this country. So what we have is a mass migration of our young people. People want to go out by all means. I understand there are over 100 young people who've migrated to St. Kitts in the last year, looking for greener pastures in St. Kitts. I was in Montserrat a few months ago. There are hundreds of Dominicans in Montserrat in a population of some 5,000 people. And anywhere Dominican young people live in this country in droves. Testimony to the fact that this government of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit has failed the young people of Dominica. They are unable. Their only attempt, miserable attempt at tackling the problem of unemployment is the National Employment Program, which we continue to maintain is not an employment program because it is not sustainable. It does not qualify or train people necessarily for any kind of future. And if you think about it, it's just dismal failure. So we're going to be talking about all this. But Felix, before we do, let me tell our listeners that they can catch us live actually on Q95DA.com. Q95DA.com. You can view the live video stream there of the program that is going on at this point. We have also, let me say good night to Hector Sparks John. They're having a meeting out there in Salisbury tonight. Sorry, we are unable to make it. We are taking care of business here. But of course, let me just wish the good people of Salisbury a successful meeting, and we continue to thank them for their sacrifice and for their example that they continue to set for the people of Dominica. But Felix, before we go into the economics, and as we try to do on Focus on the Economy, we try to bring matters of importance to people's homes. We try to teach. We try to, give people information that they can make better decisions with. Because if you have information, for example, if we let the people of Dominica understand that the way of handouts is not the way you grow an economy, the way of handouts, that there is a better way than accepting a handout from a parliamentarian. There's a better way than waiting on government to give you plywood during election to build a home. If we explain how this is possible, then armed with that information, people will make better decisions. So when they come to the voting booth, they will make a decision based on who is better able to improve their lives in a very profound way, not just to give them temporary solace or temporary satisfaction. And that is where we want to go tonight. But before we do, Felix, before we do that, I want to talk about very quickly about an issue that is really troubling to me, and I want you to weigh in on this because you have been going around the constituency in Maho. You've been talking to your folks in Despo and in Canefield and in Campbell, Maho, and so on. And we have an issue in Dominica. Parliament met in July 29th, I think it was. We voted to increase the allowances that was made. Is a kind of a pension, given that a number of Dominicans don't have pensions. The government put in place a scheme to anybody over 70 would receive taxpayer dollars. This is not coming from the Labour Party government. This is money is voted in the parliament and given to the elderly people, those above 70. Now, today we're hearing report after report. In my own constituency, I've spoken to scores of over 70-somethings who are saying that because we support you, because we do not support the Dominican Labour Party government, our names are not on the list. We are not receiving what is rightfully ours. We heard Mr. Maglaw this morning talk about it. He's 81 years old. Because he's vocal and speaking out, he's been denied what Parliament agreed on that the people of Dominica should be getting. And we need to remind those public servants who continue to behave in this manner that what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing is criminal, what you're doing is not in the interest of Dominica, and you need to stop it. You need to stop the situation where you continue to because someone is not, and that's a right that all Dominicans have to support the party of their choice. And the fact that you continue to deny people who are qualified, people who really should be getting this pittance of $300, the fact you continue to deny that to them, I think you need to know that you're doing something wrong, you're doing something illegal, and that you will ultimately pay for it. It is not fair that the people of Dominica who qualify according to whatever we agreed on in Parliament, it is not fair that because they don't support you, because they are vocal, you continue to deny them their rights to this $300. It must stop. It is wrong, and we'll begin to call the names of the people who deny those individuals their rightful dues.
Well, Dr. Fontaine, you are right on the ball with that matter. But we have to understand that the whole genesis of that came from the 2016 budget. And when we look at the theme of the budget and the little actions in it to give pittances to persons of the age of 70, and also we have there is another item in the budget that says if a young person have a child, they'll be getting some maintenance and whatnot, you know. And we saw also another thing about that we have to deal with, and we have to look at it in the context of what is the budget doing? The budget is supposed to really create the opportunities for growth for people in the country and sustainable growth for the individuals and the unemployed, as you just stated. But this budget in particular actually was the launching of the treating mechanism of the Labour Party. In simple words, is that they're preparing for a next election to say, well, look, you see it's me that give that to you, that's what I give it. It's another strengthening of the handout. If we recall clearly in the budget, it was emphasized that there will be branches of the Red Clinic.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine a party coming with a budget to decide to extend the Red Clinic by how many millions? And in Maho, we have a factory who the Prime Minister said he's going to buy, to purchase. We have how many livelihoods, persons unemployed from DCP and Erica. We have how many farmers out there who have been given banana cuttings and plants and seedlings and things, and they cannot sell their produce. So we have to understand what is going on right now. So those over 70 and whatnot, I'm telling you, do not think that the Minister of Finance or any minister in your constituency, any minister from the government side, or caretaker or representative really cares about you. They really care about they staying in power, they winning the election. So they are bringing all these little goodies in front of you now. Because you have seen this government for the past 17 years. It's going on 17 years. And they continue treating you, promising you, and giving you espoir mal papai. It's time you realize that you need to have the discussion about where we should be. You know where we are. And the discussion as to what we need to do to get where we have to go. It's simple as this right now.
Yes, indeed, Felix. And, you know, it's really, to me, appalling. It's really sad. It's depressing when you think of where Dominica is today. And we are where we are because of the incompetence of this Labour Party government. We are where we are today because this government is interested simply in maintaining themselves in power. So they will do anything. They will steal, they will cheat, they will dump good ballots, whatever it will take for them to remain in power. And you must be asking yourself as a Dominican, why? What about it? What about being in government that this group of Labour Party members will do anything to maintain? What it is that they're getting? You're not benefiting. The country is not benefiting. On every measure, we are down. When you look at our exports, we used to export over $200 million. We're down to like 20-something million. You know, we used to create jobs people used to be working and so on. That's all gone. Unemployment levels have skyrocketed. As I indicated, we have a mass exodus of people leaving this country. You know, and on every measure, the majority of Dominicans are worse off. Public servants, because of nepotism and cronyism, and people being appointed, inspectors here and there, simply because they support the government over competent individuals. So the population, they're not benefiting. So you need to ask yourself why. And that's why we want tonight to kind of prick your conscience, and we hope, that's why we tell you to just sit down a little bit and let us talk. We're going to have a conversation tonight, and we're going to go to our first caller who wants to join us at 22 past 8 o'clock. Welcome to the Workers' Voice.
Caller, good evening.
Okay.
The caller went, so do we have another
sure.
caller?
No, we've not really opened the lines as yet, but people have been trying to reach us, and that's the second time. So let's see if we can reach
Good
this
evening, caller.
Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mr. Bonkin and Mr.
Yes.
You know the answer to the question. You know the answer to the question already. But my concern is, what will it take for Dominicans to understand that a government which uses taxpayers' money to promote its party's political objective must be removed? MUST underlined, must be removed from office. There's no two ways about it. Look at I got goosebumps when I heard Mr. Magno this morning, and you know, if I could do something on my own, I would have done it. You see, this was something passed in Parliament, and my God, that can be challenged in court. You can take it to court, and Mr. Magno will have to be paid retroactive, because the Prime Minister didn't say it for Labour Party that they had to select who, you know. Is that once you reach the age of 70 and you are not getting a recognized pension, you are entitled to the $200 or $300 a month. It happened. I know a friend in Wesley, she's not getting it. I know other people who, because somebody of hers is related to Griffin St. Hilaire, and it's a whole sort of thing, you know, and you cannot continue. I mean, let's look at something here. I teach people to bring up here. How can you tell me that we can sit in Dominica? A government won 16 seats in an election, and you have 18 ministers. Where else in the world that can happen? Where else in the world can this happen? You won 16 seats, but you have 18 ministers, and other people, other persons who lost are given jobs and are paid higher than people who won their seats. How can we tolerate? What are we in Dominicans? Well, let me stop. Mr. Thompson, can I hear the program? I'm listening.
Yes, thank you very much. I understand your frustration, and trust me, it is very, very frustrating. Good evening, caller, and welcome to the Workers' Voice.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Fountain, and your guest in studio.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, yesterday, I think I turned on to the other radio station, and trust me, I felt, I couldn't believe what I was hearing yesterday. But I just want to send a message to the Brain, the Ghost, and the other guy. I just want to tell them that I hope they live to be the age of Mr.
Maglo.
No, not Maglo. The gentleman that called Shillingford. At that age, and he have all his faculties, all his memory. And Ghost, you told Mr. Shillingford that he might be suffering from Alzheimer's. I think.
Caller,
yes, caller. Okay,
yeah,
we
lost
may have as a caller.
Yeah, the line
But
dropped.
if you don't, Felix, you open up the lines,
yes.
and the calls are coming in. Good evening.
Hello, caller. Good evening. You on?
Yes, but doctor, it's just sad what's going on, and these people are condoning the things that are happening. But when their back is against the wall, we don't want it to reach at that point. We want everybody to realize it's time to make a difference right now. And we're not fighting for no political, party. We're fighting for the future of the nature island and the children. This is what these people have to take into consideration, because all those guys are in office just for a time. They're there for a time. Retirement is going to come to them. And it's the legacy, what they leave behind, the people that coming behind, going to try to fix it. So we have to make the difference right now, this minute. Thank you. I'm listening.
Okay, thank you very much. And Felix, it is mean-spirited, to discriminate in that fashion.
Good evening, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to the program.
I am sort of confused about this $300. Is that the same as the public assistance program?
No, it is different. By an act of parliament, that is specific to, it's a kind of a pension program. Anybody who's turned 70 and who do not have a means of income, they're given this by an act of parliament. Last year it was $200, and in the last parliament it was increased to $300.
So how are those people? Are they to apply for that, or somebody goes around?
Somebody goes around. But what has happened is that they've employed, in most of the constituencies, they've employed their party hacks, their party lackeys, and they know who the people are, and they simply bypass the homes of people who support the United Workers' Party in a lot of instances, in a lot of cases. So that is why we have this issue, because they employ their party people to find out the names of those who are 70 and who require this, but they know who these people are who are not supporting them, and they simply do not turn those names in to the Ministry of Finance.
But see, I would think that the best way to work this out is that the people who are over 70 would then apply to the ministry, if it's Ministry of Community Development.
Exactly.
Apply to them to get that, and then a social worker could go in and
verify, yes?
Verify that.
Exactly. So that is how it should be done. That is what ought to be. That is how it needs to be done. But
that's crazy.
Yes, it is indeed. It is. You're exactly right. That is how the program should be conducted. But this Labour Party government, and this Labour Party government.
So when people, when in a community, people just go out, somebody goes out and look for those who are 70. I think this is where this whole question of party hacks and supporters will get it.
Yes, exactly. That's correct. That's correct.
I think this is not, to me, it does not look open. It's not looking.
It's not. And they are violating the rules, because this is tax. This is not the Labour Party money, This is taxpayers' money approved by the Parliament of Dominica. Yeah. And it should be given to everybody across the board who deserves it.
You see, having worked myself as a social worker, I mean, we would go out, people would apply for assistance from government. We would go out and do an investigation and submit a report to the head of the department, and then those who are qualified to get it based on their situation would get assistance.
Yes, indeed. But this Labour Party government, they've completely destroyed the welfare and the social department, because they want the elderly people to think and to believe that this is coming from the Prime Minister. So when they get the $300, they don't thank the government of Dominica, they don't thank the taxpayers of the country, but they thank the Prime Minister. And this is the kind of evil, and I call it evil, and I'll say it is evil, that is being put on the people of Dominica, and that's why we need to speak out against it. I mean, we need to call it out as it is.
To me, there's a lot that the population in general need to learn about. And sometimes it seems as though when people receive assistance from government, from the state, it appears as though it's a minister of government who is giving them a favor.
Exactly, and it's not by accident. It's not by accident. We're seeing it happening with the back-to-school situation.
Yeah.
The parents make them believe that that is their money that they're giving them, but the LPOs have been written illegally in the Ministry of Education, you know, and we are saying that audits will be done when this government changes, and people who continue to do those things will have to pay for it. You know, as simple as that.
You know, I have a case, but it will take too long. I maybe I'll take it up, discuss it later. I have a specific case of a gentleman who has some children. He has his children, and maybe it will take you too long now. But maybe these are things that need to be discussed in public.
Absolutely.
That people know. And what hurts is that the people, we are not educated about the responsibility of the ministers of government and the responsibilities of the civil servant. What they are to do and where the line
must be drawn.
is drawn.
Yep.
You know, and because of that, so much thing happened.
Well, caller, thank you very much, and in you something, you are so right on the button, and these are the things that we're saying that we need to continue encouraging those sort of debates. Good evening, caller. Oh, the caller went. Hello. Good evening.
We lost this caller. Let's try this on the line, yeah?
Good evening, caller.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, the Westminster system is not working in these small islands like Dominica.
No, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah. The abuse of power. You know, I mean, I heard last week Rosalind Paul asked her constituents, the parents, to come and have a meeting with them. That is probably to hand out LPOs to her party supporters to get books and shoes for the children to go to school. I mean, but let me tell you, if any man is over 70 years and he doesn't get that money, he could actually go to court with the government, you know. Because you cannot pass an act in Parliament saying that everybody over 70 years can get. In the Parliament, you pass that, and then you are bypassing people. If I was over 70 years, I could take that matter to court.
Yes, and I think people need to start looking in that direction. Certainly, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, caller. We certainly appreciate this. It's just about 26 before the hour of 9 o'clock. This is a special edition of the United Workers' Party's weekly program. We are focusing tonight on the economy, and we are taking more of your telephone calls as we discuss this important issue of assistance to the elderly in Dominica. Good evening.
Caller, good evening.
Dr. Fontaine, and good evening to my pal rep.
Good evening, sir.
Dr. Fontaine, you know, I have two pal reps.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Now, as you said in your opening remarks with Mr. Maglo, but it is so very sad with what's happening in Dominica. When you take a man like Mr. Maglo, the gentleman is an octogenarian. The man has worked. He has contributed to the development of the country. And I'm not blaming the Prime Minister, you know. I'm blaming those red freedomites who supporting him. You mean they are comfortable with that? Gentlemen, I can put them in two categories. Some of them are hungry and some of them are greedy. You mean they want Mr. Maglock to come and genuflect before a boy that could be his grandson? You know, a man who, as I said, who has contributed to the economy of this country, and they sit down there. You mean do they have a conscience? They are comfortable with that? But I don't know. As I think it's the first caller, yeah, who said he don't know what it would take to open the eyes of Dominicans. I really don't know what it would take. I mean, it is high time that we said enough is enough, and we can tolerate no more. But we still sit back. We just let back and let everything happen in Dominica, and some of us don't care because we're getting some of the crumbs that fall from the table.
Thank you, caller.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good
Yes, thank you very much indeed.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, man. Felix, what's up, man?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, man. I find, that program that they have there are certain circumstances that not everybody above 70 that will qualify. You know that?
I don't know. The thing is, what I'm saying is that if there is a program for persons above 70, why shouldn't people apply? Why shouldn't be the welfare division, the ministry associated with that, do the due diligence rather than you have certain people going and be picked and selected? I mean,
yeah, but there's a procedure in place how people qualify. I mean, if there's a procedure in place, are you saying that they discriminate against other people?
That's exactly what we're saying, and you know that for a fact. I can give you names of people who fit the criteria that the parliament agreed upon, and they are simply because of the political views they are being discriminated against. And you know that, sir.
No, you are saying that, but what I'm saying is there's a process and a procedure. If somebody you say is qualified and they are not getting, there must be a way that somebody can look into it and find out what is the reason why it has not happened.
Well, we know the reason why. We just told you why.
No, you
Mr. Maglo told you why, because he's outspoken. Mr. Maglo deserves it. He is outspoken.
No, it's not because he's outspoken. Whether or not you're outspoken, if you are getting a pension, for instance, you'll not be qualified.
We know all that.
Well, you know that. So
we know all of that, but we are saying that.
But are you saying that Mr. Maglo is not getting a pension otherwise?
I don't know Mr. Maglo's personal circumstance, but I'm telling you that people within my constituency.
No, so then why are you using Mr. Maglo as an example and he doesn't even have information on it?
Well, Mr. Maglo called the radio station today, but I'm telling you that there are people within my constituency.
But you're a doctor. When you're doing something, you have to get down to the nitty-gritty. You don't just make a blanket statement.
Inspector Mills, thank you very much for calling.
Who you call Inspector?
Oh, you're no longer an inspector. Have you been promoted as an ASP then?
A speaker is called. A person is calling to you, trying to identify a caller. I mean,
everybody knows your voice by now, sir.
Democracy. You want to pick and choose who to call, who to express himself.
Everybody knows. No, I'm allowing you to express yourself. You know, I'm not cutting you off. I'm allowing you to express yourself.
You are criticizing the government for discrimination, but right then you're trying to use your radio station to prevent somebody from calling, and then you're trying to call people names to see if you can scare them from making a point.
No, I'm allowing you to make your point, Inspector Mills, but I'm telling you to go and investigate. You're the police officer. We are telling you.
You are trying to identify a caller, and the only reason why you're trying to identify the caller is try to change the subject and try to make the subject the person who is calling. That's not the point.
No, the point is, and we're sticking to the point. We are saying that there was scores of United Worker Party supporters who, because they do not support this Labour Party government, they are being discriminated against, and it is wrong and it needs to stop. That's what we're saying.
No, that's the propaganda that you are spreading, because people come and say and they try to make it look like it's a politics without even trying to get onto the real facts. As I said, you're using Mr. Maglo, you doesn't even have the facts about Mr. Maglo.
How do you know about Mr. Maglo?
But I'm telling you, I am telling you that he spoke about it on the occasion where he admitted that he's getting a pension. So I mean, we have to be fair and frank. Don't try to take everything and spin it for politics. That's what you do every day.
Well, this is a political program. This is the workers' voice, where we bring issues. We try to educate. You see, because Mr. Collar. We try our best to educate the people of Dominica, and we are pointing to a situation that is wrong in the country, where people who otherwise should be getting this pension, they're being denied because of their political views.
But you must be able to get.
We are saying, but I just get the facts. But anyway,
no. You just make a blanket statement. That's what you do. That's what you do every day. You do that every day. Make blanket statements and you run politics. That's how it is. But you have to get on to facts.
That's what we are doing here on this program.
You have to get down to
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. Let's take more of the telephone calls. Good evening. Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Fontaine and your guest.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you.
How are you doing tonight?
Fine,
we're doing well, thank you.
Good. If Inspector Mills does not want his name to be called on the radio, that he shouldn't be calling the radio and make a nuisance of himself.
I agree. Totally agree.
And I think we've gotten to the mulch stage right now. More action, less talk. It's time the people rise up. Take a leaf from Venezuela and get rid of Scarrett and his goons. I'm listening.
All right. Thank you very much, caller. We appreciate this call. All of our lines.
Good evening, caller.
Tonight.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Dr. You're a doctor. Dr. Fountain, you're a real doctor. Dr. Fountain and Mr. Felix.
Yes.
Why you all are letting this police officer tie up the line?
Oh, it's okay. We are very democratic
because
here.
We are giving him invitation every Tuesday night and Sunday night to call Angelo. He's not calling. Why he's not calling Angelo? Call Angelo. He's afraid of Angelo.
Very interesting.
He knows what he's doing. Go and get work to do. You have work to do. You have civil servants, a public servant, lazy. Thank you.
Good evening, caller.
Thank you very much. 18 before 9. Good evening,
caller.
Samson, good evening. How you doing, my brother?
Doing well, thank you.
And Felix.
Yes, good evening, bro.
Are you aware that the economy is so hard in this country right now that high-ranking police officers have to resort to be thieving government money and saying they're sweeping it out in the vault by mistake? Can you understand that? And can you understand it's police officers involved in thieving government money? Can you believe that policemen who's supposed to be upholding the law involved in thieving government money, and then they want to come and play politics on the radio to get favor with Scarrett the thief? It's just thieving all around, my brother. You check, so that is why people have zero tolerance when you see that you hear the thief on the radio. But it upsets them because this is a man that cannot set any example for our people of Dominica. This is a man that does believe in thieving, and he will support anybody who is a thief like him. Thanks a lot, my brother.
Thank you. Good night. Good evening, caller.
Good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm a little worried about Dominica, and it really affecting me in so many ways.
Yes, I'm with you on that.
My prayer is that we learn to talk. I thought that the anonymous caller who didn't want his name to be mentioned, I know him and he knows me and we like each other. I hope so, because we were working in the same place at one time. And I just like his demeanor when I met him. So when I hear him, I cannot be vexed with him because we happen to be in different political parties. I still cannot have any anger against that brother. But I'm hoping that we can reach a stage in Dominica where we can be full but do not carry anger and hatred. And I'm appealing to the brother that it is time that we learn to be truthful for the sake of Christ himself. We cannot be in Dominica where we have so many issues that we're trying to thrash out on the radio. And I'm also appealing to the opposition supporters that it's time for us to get rid of our anger. It is not healthy. So we have to learn to calm ourselves, oppose but be calm and trust that the Almighty will straighten things out. But we have to work along with the Almighty. And I think Christ got angry, but he wasn't always angry. So we have to be angry sometimes, but there are times when we have to make a definite decision that we are not used, like Dr. Fountain and the other speaker. I think I can make out his words, but I'm not sure. It is on rare occasions that I hear anger coming out from you. So I'm learning from people like you that we can reason, we can be humble, we can be full, but we are in one island, and it's a very small island, and when the tide turns, we have to look at each other as brothers and sisters. So I'm appealing to the brother who is trying to reason, but sometimes he fails. I think sometimes he wants to be reasonable with the opposition, but he falls down and he spoils all his efforts. Please, brother, please, I don't want to call your name because I don't want to offend you, but we know each other. Try to make an effort to reach us, because I know Dr. Fountain reached you tonight. He tried. So you yourself have to, next time, don't gear up yourself to be opposing because you want to oppose, but gear up yourself to heal the country. The country is bleeding. The Almighty is not happy with what is happening here. We have to show Jah that we working with Him to heal the country. All our efforts at aiming at injustices must be corrected. We have to correct injustices on the land. And if Mr. Maglaw is a man hitting his 80s and he's appealing for assistance, he shouldn't appeal tomorrow and next week. By today, a check should be prepared for him, and let him live in peace, mon Dieu. I am sad at what is happening in Dominica. And you know, it is time for us to realize that it's one country we have. One country. I want to meet opposition people on the road. I want to meet Labour Party people on the road with love. What is the energy? What is the wasted energy is going? It's going nowhere, but it's returning to us and making us sick. So we have to heal ourselves, our personal little bodies, by taking away that anger that is, you know, festering inside of us, and release ourselves and take and inhale, exhale, and make us a happy people as we were before. We have to make a daily effort to heal our country. And when we are in opposition, when we are in the ruling party, we have to love one another. That is a basic rule, that if we don't try to do it, we will never, never, never overcome what is going on here. Thank you.
Well said, sister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We needed that. Thank you so much. Good evening, The Workers' Voice.
Good evening, Dr. Fontaine.
Yes, good evening.
Mr. Felix.
Yes, good evening, sir.
That man, I nearly say gentleman, that man that you're trying to reason with, you cannot reason with those people. You cannot reason with that man. As soon as I thought you wasted time, you know what the man is there doing, just tying up the line. You have to cut that man out. I know the idea is to try and reason and try and get to. You cannot get to. You can take the pig from the gutter. You can't take the gutter away from the pig. You know. This man cannot change. When you hear this man call this line like that, it's just causing more. Somebody called earlier and said, why he doesn't call Angelo? Angelo will just nuke him. Just take the man off the line. That's all he's doing, tying up the line. Let other people call the line. The man is a waste of time. He knows what he's doing. Thank you. Good evening.
Have a good night, caller.
Thank you. Thank you, caller.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. I want to thank the sister very much for her intervention. And gentlemen, please play the disclaimer, yeah, because the guy who called before the sister, he said some things. I think you should play this disclaimer. But please give me, I would like to get your permission to do something, gentlemen.
Yes, let's go ahead.
I would like
quickly.
to invite the minister without portfolio, the police ASP who called. Since he knows the facts and the procedure, I would like him to call back. I would like to invite him to call back on your behalf, with your permission, to tell us the facts and the procedure, because he seems to know everything. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
The lines are open. So, good evening, caller. Welcome to the program. Caller, good evening. Let's take another call.
Okay, let's see. You're still there, caller?
No.
Oh, let's go to the overseas line.
Good evening. Good evening, caller. Welcome to the program. That's the Workers' Program.
Wow, something's going on there. Let's try this. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, good evening.
And how are you?
I am very well. How are you doing?
Praise the Almighty God for that.
Indeed.
Mr. Thompson Fontaine, I hear a call, but I want to clarify that.
Please do. I appreciate you for doing so. Thank you.
Yes, because I have taken too much patience, but now I feel now it go out of control. So now I must have to make that point this morning. And the caller that called and he say you don't know the facts. I letting the caller know. Ralph Magua, Commonwealth of Dominica, Loda Village. When you see I talk, I don't talk negative, I talk positive, and I know what I'm saying. I give our pal rep, Honorable Collins McIntyre, when everything confirmed. I worked 3 weeks in ministry, going down 3 weeks, sending me office to office after everything confirmed, only to get my $2,500. He tell me he will look into it to reach up to now. And what that hurts me more, that man acting prime minister, that man always in my village, and to see that man know they owing me $2,500 for my back pay. I don't vex with him. I still tell him, Mr. Collins McIntyre, I am not receiving $300 the fellow speak about if I don't get income. Yes, I'm getting income, but I'm not getting $300 for my month.
Mr. Maglo, are you receiving a pension?
I'm receiving less than $300. So by no means, I know people that receiving that same amount with me, but when they look at what they're getting, they don't getting $300. They're giving them free. They start to give them $200, but when they go and they look and they find out they're getting a little pension, they come and they're giving them $50 on that your age. I still taking, when I look, I say, well, it's not I that have more to say bad luck. I mean, I work so hard. It's not government money. They say it's for elderly. And why they have to hate me so?
Yes, Mr. Maglo, that's, we thank you because you keep talking, you talk truth to power, even at your age, and we appreciate the efforts you do because you love your country, and we thank you for that. We do not want you to stop talking, and we really thank you for, you could be relaxing, sleeping, but you're here calling the radio station, keeping your voice alive, and we really, truly thank you for this.
Yes, I had to call because I hearing the man say you don't have the full detail. You need speaking about Mr. Maglo. Mr. Maglo don't speak in politics. Mr. Maglo saying what that affecting him and what he worked for.
And we appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Maglo.
Yes, have a pleasant
have a great
evening.
night, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, bye-bye. More of the telephone calls. Good evening. Yes, good evening. All right, let's try this again. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Fontaine.
Yes, good evening. Thompson is fine,
Dr. Fontaine, I admire your character. It has to be admired, your patience. I really admire it. And we know the facts of that caller's case. We know the facts. And we've been told to be careful about how we state those facts. Right? And we can be careful. We know that monies went missing on his watch, and we know that he claimed that they went missing in an accidental way. We also know that he had to repay them, but we also know that he got a promotion shortly after. We know all those things, and when we look at them with common sense, the word corruption comes to mind, because we know that he's a political supporter. Anybody else would have been demoted. Even recently, there was this case where somebody tried to bribe an immigration officer for an extension on a work permit. The immigration officer did the right thing. He reported it. He found the money on his seat. He reported it. But because it was so-and-so who tried to bribe him, even his superiors who tried to take the case forward were given a sitting down, in quotes. Mr. Fontaine, we know this nonsense is going on and it is angering. And yet these people are in our face. Who other police officer can call the radio station and make any kind of remark without probably getting chastised? Is it an even playing field? Is it only this police officer that can call? When he comes on again, ask him if any other police officer can call and not suffer any consequences. Good evening, sir.
Okay, good evening. Thank you so much.
Yes, good evening, caller. Dr. Fountain, so far, I just want to make a small intervention here. What we're seeing now is a decline in our education system, a decline in the security service, especially from the police force, a decline in our health system, and an increase in the employment level. So we're seeing a whole decline in what should be something sustainable. That means that the economy has been failing, and it's failing well. So this is where we are, and we need to bring those things to discussion. We cannot be hiding and shying away from it.
Absolutely. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Good evening. This is the workers' voice.
Let's take another caller. Good evening, caller. Good evening, caller. Yes, caller. You're live. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Thompson, sorry for calling twice, But I need to make this point because we have a problem in Dominica in calling things by their rightful name. Some time ago, Matt Peltier, when he was the editor of this paper, wrote an article, $5,000 salary, $1 million asset, referring to the fact that Mr. Skerritt's assets that he has amassed cannot be accounted for by his legal means of income. You see what I've just said there, Thompson? That's high-flown language. People need to understand, the common man need to understand. If you are working and you have assets and your salary cannot cover those assets, it must be thief. You thieving if it's not inheritance you get. It's like it must be thief. You're thieving. So even in the context of Matt Peltier's article, I can firmly say, Thompson, that the Prime Minister is responsible for stealing the resources of the country. It is a fact. Let them bring me to court for that violence, and it's my name. Thank you.
Okay, caller. More of the telephone calls. Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Thompson Fountain and your guest.
Good evening, caller.
Dr. Fountain, just that you all have to work with us because we have lose contact with you on the radio. We have lose signal on the radio. Only on the TV we are getting you all.
Which area?
La Plaine.
La Plaine. Okay.
We can't get you all on the radio no more from since the light lane.
Ah, okay.
That you mean from today?
From this afternoon.
From this afternoon. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We'll convey that to the text and have them look into it. Thank you so much. Okay. More of the telephone calls on the workers' voice. Good evening.
Yes, I just want to make comment to the guests in the studio. Don't forget that there's an increase in drugs, an increase in violence, an increase in robbery also. So all this mess up our
social
country.
decline.
We got to fix it up before it gets worse. And the sad thing about it, with all that money, they would even consider building a rehabilitation center to at least help our young men and women that's on alcohol or drugs. Because if there's none of that to help them, what are they going to do? What are we going to do to help them get out from that addiction? We have to do something. And this individual not realizing that want to call you all and give you all bad name, it's going to affect them too. Because I guarantee the house that these guys and them breaking into is not only workers, supporters, it's Labour Party supporters, and this is the people they're going to go against because they're the ones making the money. So they're going to be the victim. They're going to be victimizing them to get, because they know that they're the ones making the money. So we all going to be affected with that drug violence and the robbery and those things there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, caller. Good night. Well, we are already being affected by all those things. Good evening, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Dr. Fountain.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Mr. Good evening to you. I'm very happy to be joining your program this evening to make a couple of observations.
Absolutely.
About the economy of Dominica. One of the indicators as to how well the economy is doing has of necessity to do with the difficulty
that people in the country have sending their children to school, the problems that people have making ends meet, and we're in back to school mode right now. Children sat the common entrance, the grade 6 national assessment examination, and they're transitioning, a number of them are transitioning from primary school into high school. Those children who did well in the grade 6 national examinations and got scholarships and bursaries are receiving a certain amount of money from the government to buy books, and a certain amount of money that would be available for them to take care of exams in third form and fifth form. But the children also need uniforms. The parents have to spend money on the uniforms, spend money on their school shoes. The parents have to spend money on their school fees. The parents have to spend money on transportation for them to get to school and so on. The government is aware of all that. It does not upgrade the value of the scholarships to include those different areas. What it does is that it runs a program which, in my view, is in a very perverse way, in a very ugly way, using the difficult economic circumstances of people to take advantage of the situation to spread their political influence and to buy votes. So that the Ministry of Education right now is involved in a program where parliamentary representatives of the Labour Party and the Labour Party appointed caretakers in constituencies that the Labour Party did not win are able to approve payments from the Ministry of Education to assist with the sending to secondary school of children across Dominica who come to them in the name of the Red Party. I think the time has come when Dominica has to be more decent than this. In this program that the Ministry of Education is involved in right now, the scholarship program that the government operates officially has been cheapened and devalued. It's almost like it means nothing, because those who come in the name of the PAL reps of Labour Party are able to get maximum resources from the state to take care of every single aspect of their education at secondary school level. And all I am saying, as the leader of the United Workers' Party, Team Dominica, is that those facilities, those benefits, that assistance to go to secondary school must be available to all the children of Dominica, not just the children of parents who come in the name of the Dominica Labour Party. And I'm calling on the officials in the Ministry of Education. You have a sacred responsibility to be stewards of the public funds used for educational purposes in Dominica. You cannot allow yourself to be dictated to by corrupt politicians who are using the resources of the state, not for the benefit of the state, or for the benefit of all the people in the state, in a government of the people, by the people, for the people, but for their own corrupt purpose of buying influence and winning votes. The reason you're employed in the public service, the reason you receive a salary from the public purse, is not to do the dirty work of politicians. It is to do right by the people of Dominica. And we urge the officials in the Ministry of Education to stand up against the corruption of student assistance programs available from the government through the Ministry of Education. And you know what's worse about that, gentlemen? You there?
Yes, indeed.
You're there. A couple of weeks ago, recently, the developers of the Kempinski Hotel in the Cabritz National Park had a town hall meeting in Portsmouth, in the location where the hotel is to be constructed. And at that ceremony where they were telling people what the plans were for the development of the hotel, they didn't tell us how much it was going to cost and how much money they had raised so far from the sale of Dominican passports. But they made available 50 scholarships to students in 4 Labour Party constituencies scholarships valued at 1,000 EC dollars. I listened to that and I smiled because I said to myself, how ridiculous can we get in Dominica? Range Capital Partners is in Dominica because Range Capital Partners is able to use the passport selling program of Dominica to raise capital to build the Kempinski branded hotel so that Kempinski will operate it, make their money, Range will get its money, and life will go on. But it is not money that they owe anybody. They're not loaning it from Dominica. It's not venture capital from Dominica. It is free money on which they have no interest to pay. So Range has this wonderful benefit of being able to use the passports of Dominica as an inducement to invest, to build the Kempinski brand in Dominica. And Range comes and Range gives 50 scholarships valued at $1,000. 50 scholarships valued at $1,000 is $50,000. On one passport from the Commonwealth of Dominica, Range is able to attract $220,000 US into the Kempinski project, or $598,000 EC. So when on what comes to Range from one single passport, Range takes out the $50,000 it has given to 50 students to go to school. Range still has remaining $548,000 change from the revenue from one single passport. And you know why I'm pointing out these figures, gentlemen? For better public understanding. It is because of the statement subsequently made by the then acting Prime Minister, Colin McIntyre, that Dominican children of high school age should go out and defend the citizenship by investment program. Because of $50,000 on one passport revenue of $598,000, the acting Prime Minister wanted the young children of Dominica, was urging the young children of Dominica to go out and defend the Citizenship by Investment Program. Why does the Citizenship by Investment Program need defending? All that the critics have said is that they want more transparency in the public interest. All the critics on our team, for example, in the United Workers' Party, the parliamentary opposition, have said, is that you cannot have a situation where you're reporting 1 year that you picked up 23 million against a forecast of 80 million. The next year you budget 70 million and you come back with 99 million in the official estimate, but you're reporting outside of the estimates to be approved by the parliament that you picked up 279 million, meaning that you have underreported the passport revenue by over $180 million. We're saying that that is corrupt, it is irregular, and it ought not to be happening. As a result of making those observations, and as a result of asking the government to come clean and to manage this program properly in the public interest, and to ensure that we have investments in the Citizenship by Investment Program that will provide jobs, that will earn foreign exchange, that will give us the international exposure we deserve as a budding, burgeoning tourist, as a developing tourist destination. The government is angry. The government doesn't want anybody to speak about the Citizenship by Investment Program except in terms that it wants us to speak. But we have real concerns about this program, and we have real concerns about the extent to which this government has now placed the revenue earning capacity of the country on the sale of passports at a time when we know as a source of revenue it is uncertain. And as the IMF has told Dominica, it is likely to come to a sudden stop. So while that revenue source is available to us, we are advocating for good things to be done with the money so that we build sustainable projects that can continue to employ our people, so that we build the growth engines of the economy, so that they are able to operate at a greater level of sustainability that will provide more jobs, that will earn us more money, and that will enable us to take better care of our business. That is why we are asking questions. That is why we are demanding a higher standard of honest accountability for the revenues from the sale of passports of Dominica. We have no choice at this time because the government has said, having had this revenue source for 16 years, and having had it all to itself as a government for 16 years, it is no longer concerned that agriculture can get things done. It is no longer concerned that we can make progress with tourism. It is only concerned about the sale of passports. And for $50,000 from the revenue of one passport in the hands of Range Capital Development for the Kempinski project, from the revenue of $598,000 on one passport, when they give $50,000 for scholarships in Dominica, the Prime Minister, the acting Prime Minister, comes out and urges children to go out and defend the Citizenship by Investment program against legitimate concerns that are being raised in the best interest of the country. Here's the deal, you know. If Range can use $50,000 from the sale of one passport and still have $548,000 remaining and send 50 children to school, how much more children can the government send to school from the sale of Dominican passports that is bringing into the revenue of Dominica as of last year over $279 million? We didn't expand the number of scholarships this year. We're not doing any better for the people around Dominica. We continue to play politics, as I've indicated earlier. But we have Range Capital partners coming to give 50 scholarships from our passport money, and the Prime Minister telling the children of Dominica now, forget your schoolwork, you know. We have a job for you. Go and defend the Citizenship by Investment program and defend it from legitimate concerns that are being raised in the public interest of Dominica. I wanted to make those observations because I felt that they are extremely important, and they tell us in a huge way where we have come with this government in terms of its lack of vision, in terms of its lack of capacity, in terms of its lack of capability to really move the growth engines of the economy so that we can have sustainable jobs. Look at what happened with the National Employment Program from the economic point of view. We have seen 3 full years of the National Employment Program. In those 3 years, the government, according to the budget numbers of last year, which were discussed in Parliament in July, the government spent $27 million. We don't know which sustainable job has been created. Of course, some people who came through and were involved in some level of apprenticeship, learned some things on the job, were able to get a job in the existing formal private sector, probably even in the public sector. But we're not aware that this $27 million has created any sustainable job. It may have been able to place people in permanent jobs, but it hasn't created in and of itself any sustainable job. When we went into Parliament and we were discussing this matter, the government side was saying, look, the NEP is still around. They say we're playing politics, but it is still around. We said, fine, but look at the numbers. In 3 years of the NEP, $14.4 million, or 53% of the total spend, happened in the election year 2014-2015. $14.4 million. 53% of the total revenue for 3 years spent in a single year, the election year. Does it take a rocket scientist to figure out that the government has been using this NEP program for vote buying and election campaigning? Does it take a rocket scientist to figure that out? No, it does not. And all we have said, there has to be better uses to which you can put this money so that young people are employed in large numbers on a sustainable basis. That's all we have said. The government is saying in response to that, they don't want young people. Yes, we want young people to work. Not on a vai ad hoc basis where you turn them and use them because of your political agenda. We want them to be employed on a sustainable basis. And we did make the promise. We did give Dominica the commitment, and that commitment still stands, that we will create 5,000 jobs in the first 3 years of the United Workers' Party administration. The more we go in Dominica, the more we see how that is possible. And we even think that the 5,000 figure at this moment is low. We can do a lot better than that. Look at the amount of time and resources that this government has wasted in the last 3 to 5 years, simply talking shop and getting nothing done. The abattoir, the coffee plant, the Morocco Hotel. You go down the line, every single area in which you have looked for a sustainable project, a project in the growth engines of the economy where jobs can be sustained. The government has failed miserably, but they have all the passport money available to them. And once again, we're urging them, make sure the Kempinski brand hotel through Range Capital Partners gets built. We are concerned that Range could find no better construction firm to do the construction than the very same NH International that left us with a fraudulent concrete at the ill-fated Layu River Hotel project. We cannot go down that road again. We want to see it happen, and we want to see it happen in the best interest of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Thank you, gentlemen. God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. We certainly thank you for your intervention. You raised some very critical points that certainly we need to be focused on. One of them, Felix, was the question of the Kempinski and the use of our passport money. And when you
is it the Skimpinski or the Kempinski?
Kempinski.
Oh, I think it'll be a Skimpinski. If we don't watch ourselves well, we might see another Lai River Hotel.
Exactly.
Concrete. Concrete defects project at the end of the day in making.
Yes. The guys called a press conference. I expected them to come there and talk about, dates and, when the hotel will be open, how many jobs they'll employ and so on. Because bear in mind, this is a company that's been given, in some way, told up to 800 passports, which is equivalent to some 470 million EC dollars. And you have ministers of government sounding as if this is the best thing that happened to Dominica, that they get 50,000 EC dollars.
Plus, we went to the parliament and they got how many acres of land from the Cabrits.
From the Cabrits. And not only that, but to add insult to injury, you give foreigners our passports to sell. They keep the money. They do whatever they want with it. You give a little pittance to the hundreds of farmers in Dominica, and you tell them, go to the bank.
Tie up your property.
But they have to tie up the property. They have to get co-signers. They have to be able to prove that they can pay it back. All of those things. What kind of government do we have in Felix? When you think about,
But Dr. Fontaine,
what kind of government do we have in this country
that have been talking about a boat for how many years, and then they went on 2 boats for how many years to help and assist in the marketing of agricultural products, and that boat is still in the sky.
I don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
The boat is not floating on water; it's in the sky.
So
period.
You cannot assist our farmers. You figure the best people to sell Dominican passports are some company you say will build a hotel. They can't tell you if it will take you 5 or 10 years to build the hotel. And let you boast. You sing their praises. Ministers of government go on radio and say this is the best thing that has happened to us in Dominica. Hey, pip, pip, hooray, we've gotten 50,000 EC dollars for our students to go to school. $1,000 during the year. Felix, let's take some more calls. More telephone calls.
Good evening, caller.
Yes, good evening, Thompson, and good evening to your guest.
Doctor.
Yes, good evening.
I'm listening as I always do, and very interesting comments. Among them, one of your guests there in the studio was talking about educating. Now, my understanding of newspapers, journalists, news media is supposed to educate and inform the public. And one of the things I've noticed, every country in the global community, in the financial community. Now remember that everything that happened before Erica was the global financial crisis. Everything was the global financial crisis. Now the global financial community is talking about the de-risking issue and the effect it has not only on the indigenous banks but on the economies of these small Eastern Caribbean territories. I was reading in an online newspaper, that is supposed to educate and inform the public, which Dominicans need to. The Dominicans are unaware, except for very few, about what is happening with the financial or the banking sector. Articles were sent to Dominica News Online. It was not published. What was surprising to see was 3 articles, long-winded articles, much longer than the articles that were written on de-risking and its effect on the economy of Dominica in particular, and the poor people who are going to receive money from these, Western Union and so on and so forth. The long articles were denigrating outstanding citizens in Dominica. That was published. But the article to educate the public on the continuing slide in the economy and the resulting that poor people are going to suffer more because of the risk, that article was not published. But so we talk about educating, and it is not being done in a manner, so that's another problem. Now, I know when you go to the loan, to the bank to borrow money, or you're going to build a house with a mortgage, you're supposed to have an interest, an investment, an interest in the property. Is the Hotel Skimpinski belonging to the government of government and people of Dominica? Is it Mr. Skerritt's private hotel in partnership with the whatever group they call themselves, or is it these people? I ask this question for this following reason. One, somebody is coming to build a hotel as an investor. I must give him the land, and then I must give him the resources of the country, the passport of the country to sell, to build a hotel. So please tell me, how does this work? There is nowhere in this world I have ever heard anything like that, unless we extended venture capital, both in terms of giving him the land and giving him the money to build the hotel. Now, I heard some ridiculous figure about how many millions of dollars they're going to build a hotel with 80 rooms, they say. When I look at the cost, it's all like $3 million per room or more. An average hotel built in the United States, you get a room maximum be $200,000, $300,000, but Dominica costs $2 million. Now, these are things that are very, very serious, because the country has no sort of economic activity except the selling of passports, which is not a certainty. And the leader of the United Workers' Party said so very eloquently. I think he put it better than I will ever be able to put it. But we have to repeat this thing constantly, because it would seem to me that people shy away from these very things that the young people should be made aware of, because there is no certainty in the continuation of any economic activity involving these passports. First of all, the poor people who their families overseas send them a little $100, a little $50 now and again, may not be able to do so. They are already discontinuing correspondent relationship with banks in the Caribbean.
Yes, indeed.
Belize has suffered. There's another large bank in the Caribbean. When I confirm certain information, I will name the bank. But this is happening. It is the poor people who are going. Now, these ministers of government and their sidekicks, their monies are in banks overseas. And when they go, they bring it in by the millions in cash. We cannot forget that one government employee went to the bank to deposit $1.5 million in cash. And these are the concerns that the correspondent banks have.
And that is certainly a topic that we have to focus a bit more on. But we are already quickly running down, and we have several other callers who wants to weigh in tonight. So if you could just thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's do this. Let's just take a very, very quick break, just a little, a really short break, and then we will come back with more of your telephone calls.
Affording great brands like Lacoste, Adidas, Coach, Vans, and Levi's, with other attractive or seductive items from Victoria's Secret and Bath & Body Works. Call them at 265-1921 or email them at kncfashions@gmail.com.
Anything your heart is calling. I got a big bright smile, but my days are dark. Hungry till I can barely walk. Oh, don't watch the look on my face. No, don't have no food and my cupboard's dry. Only God knows how I get by. Oh, don't watch the look on my face. No, she's the sweetest thing that you've ever seen. I'm selling her body wasn't in her dreams. No, don't watch the look on her face. No, because we have a pleasant look. If you don't know the story, don't judge the book. Please don't watch the look on my face. No, even though I smile, it is only for a while. My tears could fill the river Nile, but I sweep my troubles underneath my pride. Yes, I'm gonna smile.
Felix, I wanted to play a little bit of this song because it is so true. He says, don't look at his face because he swept his troubles, underneath his pride. And, he says that he got no food and my cupboard's dry. And that is so much the story of so many Dominicans today, and the kind of suffering, the kind of hard times, the kind of guaye that we see in Dominica today. And bear in mind, the government that has been in office for the past 16 years is Dominican Labour Party government that has ignored agriculture, that has failed to provide for the young people of this country, that has continuously enriched themselves at the expense of everybody else. And this is the reality of today's Dominica. And that's why we're on this program tonight. It's a special edition of the Workers' Voice, where we focus on the economy. We focus on the fact that so many things are going wrong, and we want to draw attention. We want to draw attention to that. We want to draw attention to this situation. Let's take some more of your telephone calls as we continue at 29 past the hour.
Good evening. Caller, good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, Dr. Fountain. Good evening, Felix.
Yes, good evening.
Honorable. Gentlemen, there's so many issues in this country now. So many. And
Indeed.
I'm very happy for the information that Mr. Linton,
yes, indeed,
leader of the United Workers' Party, gave us here tonight. But the only thing that can bring closure to all what is happening, the only thing. Remember, the government spent over almost $33 million at the last election, and they lost 3 seats. So it means that each of those seats costed them over $10 million. This is that they lost. Over $10 million. And the only thing that can bring closure to all what is happening is the closure of the country. And the private sector has a big role to play in that. Because here it is that so much money and property is given to that hotel in Portsmouth. What is given to the private sector? We see them closing. They are closing. They are cutting off on staff. They're coming up on stock. So which means that they're getting nothing. But they still will not make a move. We had a 1,000-man match a couple of weeks ago. How many of them came out on that march? The private sector. And they're still saying things about it. So the only solution to that is closure of the country, and the private sector must join in that. They must join in it because they are feeling it. That's the engine, that's the growth engine, how do you call it? Engine of growth for the country. The private sector. So I cannot understand exactly what are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? It is to their benefit to make that sacrifice. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you very much, caller. We appreciate your intervention tonight. More of your telephone calls at 28 before 10.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
You're live.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, gentlemen. I find you are doing a very good job, you know. It's just the time that's short. Now, you know, as far as I am looking at the behavior of the dictator in this country, and it's not a joke, he put a policy on the country, and now the policy is matured, and he feels it is time for him to earn everything. He wants to be the sole employer. I have noticed that a long time ago. Some years ago, Lauren Barnes said at a meeting at Soufriere, there were Red Clinic clients and expect of 300 and expect it to grow rapidly. You know what that means? It meant that she expected poverty to grow. And where poverty is, you know how people can be desperate. And that is what Skerrit has been using. Now, soon after, the dictator of Dominica came to the ear and appealed to the appeal for growth in the Red Clinic. So he found the growth wasn't rapid enough. So it means that the poverty was not growing enough because the Red Clinic clients were not really moving fast enough for him. Now, we have to check those things properly, you know. Now, listen to the following as the main contributors to poverty in Dominica. And tell me what I read above is not really connected to it. Look at the big increase in unemployment. And secondly, the death of agriculture. When you compare these two things in a country, death of agriculture in a place like Dominica, so you can imagine right now his policy is matured. Now, he add to it again, NEP, $27 million that can do a lot of things. Tell me what NEP, what benefit has NEP brought to Dominica? If you want to know, you can come to Point Michel. I'll show you the containers they full with soil and put flowers by the bayside. And that's all that is being done in this country by NEP. All other things NEP do is multiply employment in places that have 2 employees and things are so slow, they're ready to slacken one, they're accepting another one, and government pays the person. Isn't that ridiculous? And we are smiling in Dominica with them. I can't smile with these people. Man, I find you all doing a fantastic job. We need to go on the street with that and let people voice their opinion on every constituency. Otherwise, from what you all have been saying there, Dominica is dead. That hotel they're building there is Dominica's hotel wholesomely 99 plus 99%. That is the way I am looking at it. 99.99% Dominican. So give them their $5,000 back or $500 back, give it back to them and let them go away, please. Okay, and leave our money with us.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would gladly exchange this 50,000 for the 470 million. I can tell you that. More of the telephone calls. Thank you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening. It's me again, Mr.
Good evening.
Gentlemen, you know that United Workers Party, how they say, you take a fekishoy to part 2.
Uh-huh.
but you take a fini complete tout ça you take a fait.
Ça,
Because
c'est
you
vrai.
cannot name not one thing workers started and they didn't complete. Right now, we have Alibaba and his 40 fields. They started a Morocco hotel in Portsmouth. It's there taking grass. They have geothermal plant in the valley. It's standing there. The coffee factory, not completed, doing nothing. The post office like a big carnival standing in the middle of town. And you have the abattoir, we do not know nothing about it yet. How do you call that?
Tout partout, travail tout partout.
Pas qu'à fini.
Il pas qu'à finir.
Pas qu'à
C'est
finir.
qu'à fini. So let's watch and see how long those things are going to stand there and wastage of money. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You know, I was even thinking, Felix, I was saying, but is it that we are cursed in Dominica? Because so many things government has started, it's just not finishing.
But
they seem incapable of finishing anything.
During the budget time, remember we observed that was going on. Even in Maho, we had this situation with that Shimeko River, and they built some kind of box culvert crossing over the bridge and put a wall in the middle of it. And the residents were very concerned because they're saying, but what is going on? If you look all over the place, they're doing things and they're not doing it right.
Right, yeah.
Suddenly, everything stopped. And they say, no more
money. And they've spent millions on a road between
and we are in the
Rosalie.
rainy season. And Erica, the first anniversary of Erica was just last week, you know? And now this government is trying to do some kind of reconstruction work after 1 year.
Yes, caller. Thanks for your patience. Good evening. Welcome to the Workers' Voice.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, good evening.
You know,
Good evening.
gentlemen, we're talking about the economy. And I listened to, all the callers. I've listened to Mr. Linton. And I listened especially to one particular caller. And I'm sitting back there asking myself, Mr. Fontaine, can you help me on this one? How much money that our government has spent building all these projects that they're boasting about every day, and how much money is any of this project bringing back to the economy or bringing back to the national, to pay the national debt? How much? What?
Brilliant.
What have them put in place that they can say that is bringing one dime to the national debt, to help pay the national debt? When I sit back and I think, a lot of Dominican people, a lot of Dominican men, especially bus drivers, don't pay Social Security. They don't pay Social Security not because they don't want to pay it, it's because things are tight. A lot of men, which is about 47 years, maybe older and a little younger, haven't had a job in the past, 10, 15 years. Mr. Fontaine, the economy that we're talking about, how is it going to be better tomorrow? How is, if the government doesn't put some sort of mechanism in place now, in order for that thing, whatever, they would think about, can sell some sort of thing to bring back revenue to this country. As a matter of fact, Bird Island, for example, to bring revenue to our country. When these guys are out of office, will there be yes we care for these people tomorrow? Who's going to take care of us? Who's going to take care of this, the ageable men of tomorrow? Will the ageable men of tomorrow, will their children be working and have enough money to take care of their parents tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? The economy of tomorrow. Is anybody out there listening? Is that inspector, his economy is going to be so good, he's going to be in retirement and then all is sweet, and then he won't have nobody in his family depending on him? What's going to happen to us tomorrow? What's going to happen to our children? My dear God, help us in Dominica. Help us to see what's good and what's bad. Because I can tell you, I don't have all the education that these people that's running the country have. But I am telling you guys that tomorrow, our future tomorrow, will be in deep shit. Thank you.
Well, caller, I can tell you that one thing is clear. This current Labour Party government is not going to be able to solve the problem. 16 years, and they've simply made it worse. They make all the wrong decisions. Decisions based on greed, decisions based on self-interest, decisions based on the belief that the Dominican population is stupid, that they simply need to give them a little handout to keep them happy, so they're not creating jobs. Elections come in, you put a few people to work on the side of the road, and then you'll get your votes. That is the kind of government we have in place in this country, and until and unless the people of Dominica recognizes that they're not going to get better, the economy is not going to improve on this government until they realize that and do something about it, we will simply get worse and worse. It's not going to get better. Trust me, it will not.
Good evening, Colin.
Sorry to be calling again, but Dr. Fountain, as you mentioned that, the lady from Petit Savan who referred to Mr. Skirt as his savior, I wonder if she is a believer of Jesus Christ. I wonder, because she was just expressing, the fact that Mr. Skirt is the savior and the savior. I wonder.
But what did Mr. Skirt put his hand in his pocket and give us some money? What happened?
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, there's a disaster in the country. Any government would have had to take care of that disaster. Any government.
I mean, how?
Referring to Mr. Skirt as his savior.
But caller, if the savior, after a year, the majority of the people from Petit Savan are complaining, and the fact is nothing much is being done.
Well, maybe she must be the one getting most of it.
And to add insult to injury, none of these trained persons from those communities are involved in any of the projects in any substantial way. You know that?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, let's just spare this poor lady that thing. I mean, they must have told her what to say, and she's there like that.
She expressed herself,
I mean,
she's not poor lady at all. She expressed herself.
I mean, she has to say it because she wants to get something.
Caller, thank you so much. This is Dominica. Good evening, caller.
Yes, I got an answer to the reason why all the project that you're doing is not finishing. Is because of the untimely death of the Honorable Roosevelt Douglas, the untimely death of the Honorable Pierre Charles, all the murders on island. This is why anything they start, it cannot finish until, like Blessing says, the balloon is about to burst. When you all come in power, I don't want you to do like those before. I want you all to finish the project. Be different, the change. Finish the project that they started for development of the country. Don't do like them and just leave it there like a skeleton. If it can be fixed, make use of it for the interest of the country. That is the reason why you'll never finish project, because of those deaths of those individuals. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, caller. More of your telephone calls. Good evening.
Good evening, caller.
Good evening, man. How are y'all doing?
Doing good, thank you.
Let me make a suggestion comment there. What I don't seem to understand is that a government that can actually set up a budget of over $600 million cannot even get an abattoir up on its foot and running. That is so much of a shame, my brother. An abattoir. Something they said they were going to actually be killing 1,000 fowls in I think an hour. Yeah, an hour and 50 pigs a day. And I'm saying that you cannot achieve.
No call. They have a Tokyo killer calling, I want you.
I'm telling you, you have to actually shut it down and say you need some private investor to actually take over it.
Mm-hmm.
So you haven't even started it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I'm telling you, that is to tell you the government has failed. But I'll tell you something. I listened to approximately 3 Thursdays ago. I listened to Francine Barron had a conversation with Mervyn Paul on a Thursday night program on the radio station. And then you had Mervyn Paul asking if it's not the CIP program, then what? In other words, what he's actually saying is that if they cannot use the CIP program to try to bring in revenues, then there is nothing else in the country that can be used to do that. And she's trying to sugarcoat it technically because she realized what he was asking or saying doesn't even make sense. So she said, well, technically they're trying to use the passport selling business for, the CIP for bringing back the agriculture and also the tourism. My brother, didn't they move from agriculture to tourism the other day? So you are telling me now tourism doesn't work. You see, anything that needs bringing back, that means it has failed. So agriculture has failed, tourism has failed, and the only thing you're trying to embark on is selling your citizenship. Now, how dangerous is selling citizenship? Let's say 40,000 Chinese buy 30 passports. You know you lose Dominica after that.
Recolonization caller. We just call it recolonization.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
And not only that, I am sure that there is a Chinese that was born in Dominica, and the Constitution will not be able to stop him to run his own political party.
That's fine.
I'm telling you, and if you got approximately 40,000 Chinese that have passports, they will be able to vote. And if they actually will be able to do that, I'm just talking about what is capable to happen in the future, then the government of China will give them full support in the millions. And here what is trouble now? The black people. The Chinese will give a bigger handout than scare it, and you know Dominican people will go for the bigger handout because you already trained them to take handout. You understand what I'm saying? So the little $300, when the Chinese give you 100,000 or 50,000, man, that $300 is like nothing. These Dominican people will give the whole of Dominica for $50,000. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is the problem we are both facing because these guys are selling Dominica out and they don't care. And no wonder for me, he's planning an escape route because you are government of a country and you have all your children born in another country, my brother. You're planning an escape route for your plans you are trying to establish. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
That doesn't make any sense at all. So you are telling me you have no hope in your own medical service system? As a government that running it, you have no hope in it. So if you do not have hope in it, what about me, the middle class poor man on the side? Should I have hope in it? It doesn't make any sense. So that is where people need to understand and realize it is a failed state that is actually going on. The young people. Now, let me just run a thing, the last point on that $300. I will keep telling people about it. That $300 thing per month for the elderly. Now, I don't have a problem with elderly getting help, but
None of us do, caller. None of us do.
I do believe that they should get it in an honest way, in some way of justice and not injustice. What I'm saying is that most of the elderly you find coming on stream right now, they were created, I'll use that word, they were created by the Labour Party. Because when the Labour Party came into power, these people were approximately in their 50s. You understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
The 50s plus the 16 years, the Labour parties, they bring them up to 70.
Correct.
Now, the Labour Party, since they come into power, begin to kill the industries. So some of these people were very good agriculture farmers. They were very good farmers. They were bringing in revenues for their domestic use through agriculture and all these things. So, but the Labour Party has killed the agricultural sector. So these people run out of having employment. So all they had to do was to grow old till 70, and now the Roosevelt carried is actually telling them, all right, I finish with you all, look at $300, go and sit on the side. And they think, well, it's God who sent down manna for them. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that if these people had gainful employment, as in if there were development in the tourism industry, if there were more agricultural, if the agricultural industry was running, that there would be revenues coming into people's pocket, especially if the tourism industry did actually boom. You understand what I'm saying? There would be people being employment, and even at the lowest rate, let's say that somebody was drawing $200 a week. I'm just using that.
as the lowest rate, man, you would be able to draw $800 instead of $300 a month, working in some sustainable job, and you would be able to take care of more of your needs than that. Because when you travel, you see that there are people overseas that they are in the 60s and they're still working. But the thing is, their labor, their employment gives them hope because they have some form of social security or some form of benefit. So when they go on retirement, they can relax. But then when you are waiting on Roosevelt's carrot to give you a $300 a month, you know, there is this lady that Margaret Thatcher, that longtime Prime Minister of England. She said the bad thing about the socialist leaders and the communist leaders when they're doing their thing is that people money does run out, because people money they're using to do that madness they're doing, my brother. You know what I'm saying? But people money just finish, and all of a sudden they have, look at Venezuela today. It's done. Venezuela is finished. To bring Venezuela back on stream is like ending the world, because this country is finished, one of the richest country in the world. So, bro, keep on the good fight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much indeed. Let's take a couple more of your calls. It's 8 before the hour of 10 o'clock. This is the Workers' Voice for today, Thursday. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, I believe, Dr. Fountain, we vastly overestimating the performance of this economy. You know, I believe investing in this Dominican economy is like putting money in a pocket with hole. And you can see it, the venom with which government officials attack the opposition when we're talking about the sale of our passport. It tells you that they depend heavily and solely on the selling of the passport.
That's correct.
They try everything in the book with the agricultural sector, and they failed miserable. You cannot give banana farmers plants and go look for market. You cannot give hotels money to invest in hotels room and do develop your airport. They had to put a tax on persons using the airport because they couldn't pay the light bill. And that is what are going on. They're desperate. I heard the education minister, if he could knock you out, you are the political leader, he would do so in a speech here sometime yesterday. When they have a venom and they do not have
He's still attacking me?
Oh yes. Because they run out of ideas. How can, as a young lady in Woodford, I think she's 35, she tell me, Steve, they had a meeting at the school telling us to go and take the loan in the aid bank. But look, I have planting and fig ripening in my garden. If I go and take the loan and I can't pay, they want to take the little piece of land my father leave for me. So that is what is going on, you know. They're back against the wall. They're lacking the vision. So at the end of the day, they still want to give the passport money to foreigners for free, and locals have to pay back the money. So it's terrible. I heard a caller talk about he prepared to defend victimization. I mean, he attempted to take up the time of our program to talk about that, because what happened in Wesley, one in respect to assistance to students. How can we say we're in a democracy and the rejected candidate of the Labour Party is the one taking the names of students that need assistance and walk straight into the Ministry of Education and get assistance, while the people who voted the opposition get nothing? So that is victimization. It was the rejected candidate of the Labour Party again that had fertilizer selling in Wesley. Fertilizer that came straight from the animal farm 1.5 miles away. So when he's telling you you have to have evidence to talk about victimization, he knows what is going on. I wouldn't talk about the construction sector and the victimization that is going on. I won't even talk about a few years ago, a government minister was caught red-handed victimizing individuals in the Wesley Village Council. She came there and the village council allowed her to pray. And when she finished prayer, she said the people they give the job, that is the village council, represent blue. So she don't want that person to do the work. It is documented. The police should know that. But selfishness and greed is what have him. But it is good sometimes that they show us their ignorance. They carry it as a badge of honor. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, caller. It's 4:40 of 10 o'clock. We are just about kind of winding things down a little bit on this very special edition, focus on the economy of Dominica. Let's take a couple more of the telephone calls, though. Good evening.
Mr. Fountain, I had to call back again. I don't want to apologize to do so, because when it comes to exposing this government, I have no apology calling any program more than once. Now, listen to this. Information that I received today. The police commissioner, right, Daniel Carbon, and there is information that he was recorded. He's on record actually saying, you understand what I'm saying? Right?
But were you able to hear him say it, or are you saying what somebody else said he said?
Well, actually, I get it from inside sources from the police station itself, the in town, the headquarters. But just for the integrity of the radio station, I'm going to say it's alleged, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Now, that he said that even if you're qualified to be promoted under his watch, you will never be promoted once you support in the blue.
He actually said that. No, I don't believe you'd be so
Well, when you hear it very soon,
daft as to say that.
Let's use alleged for now.
Yes, we'll use that.
But when it comes out,
I mean, that's what we see in practice, but I don't think anybody would say it publicly. I mean, you have the evidence of that, certainly.
well, it will come out in the public. Don't worry about that. It will come out there, right? And the thing is, the other day that Matt Felty interviewed a gentleman from England, he actually showed us that Daniel Carbon is our problem in Dominica. Because if Daniel Carbon was a man of backbone and was a commissioner, then all this nonsense that is going on around the place will not happen. Because the police commissioner have a lot of say in the country. He runs the force. You know what I'm saying? These government ministers won't be misbehaving the way they are actually misbehaving. So Daniel Carbon monoxide, so to speak, because he's a poison to Dominica. He must understand with all this victimization that he actually got this job unconstitutionally, and he has messed up his police career, because under any good government he will not receive a pension. I'm telling you, because he's in that job for me unconstitutionally, so he have no right to be in that job, so he have no right to access any pension for that job, where he's right there. Anyway, thanks.
Well, it's approaching 10. It's almost 10, 1 minute before 10, and we have to start winding up, Doctor.
Yes, have to start winding up. In fact, I was just about to go into the the gist of our program tonight. But, Felix, on so many levels, this country is sad, on so many levels. When you think of the hardships, I mean, you're in your constituency every day, and I rub shoulders with the people in mine, and just the level of hardships. I mean, you have a number of dashing farmers in Grand Fond. The dashing is simply rotten, and by some miracle this year, practically every single dashing in Grand Fond is really, really dry and good. And when you have a really good crop of dashing, it is just there in the ground, going back to dirt. And it's just so sad, when you think of what could be done, of the potential that exists to stimulate the agriculture sector, and we keep telling the government over and over and over again. But quite frankly, Prime Minister Skebby should never have been finance minister. Okay? He does not have the background. He does not have the smarts. He doesn't have the education. He should never have been the Minister of Finance of this country. And that is part of the problem we have. You have a lot of square pegs in wrong holes. You cannot do the job. He does not understand that where you have 70% of the population depending upon a particular sector, that you need to take care of the sector. Don't give the agriculture sector $25 million and put $400 million in the hands of private investors. You just don't do that. Put the $475 million in the hands of the agriculture sector, of the farmers. Let them get their inputs. Let them have access to the markets. Convert the raw material into finished products.
Bring in the agro-processing.
Agro-processing. Yeah. Send our juices out. Increase our yields. That's the kind of things you have to do as a finance minister. That will show that you're genuinely clear about the people of Dominica. But don't confuse the people of this country, which is what this Prime Minister has done. He's confused the people of this country to the point where they believe that when they get $300 or when they get a handout from him indirectly, that is a good substitute for working hard at a job. And I was telling somebody today, I'm so thankful that I grew up in a different era and that my parents, they were able to work hard to send us to school. And they did not have to depend or sit on their hands and wait on a prime minister to give them a handout. They worked hard, they used whatever they had, but the important thing was they were able to sell their agriculture produce. And because of that, they were able to educate 10, 11 of their children.
And Doc, look at that. Look at your age now. And Akola made a very significant point about persons who are receiving that 70, persons who are 70 and they're receiving the $300. Look at, you can recall clearly when you were helping your parents.
Absolutely.
And look at, you were actually taught how to fish. And the system of government now, the means and the streams of revenues were nothing to do with passports. It was from the soil.
From the soil.
Okay? Right now, those persons who are 70 years old, when this government came in power, they were just about 54 years old.
Mm-hmm.
54, 53. And these are persons who are grown old men right now and old women. And that's the reality when we tell you, people, that we need to discuss these issues and we try to bring it out to you visibly, simply, and in a very simple form, open form, no big language. Things are getting hard in Dominica.
And the only way, and I want to be very clear and very precise on this, the only way, Felix, that we can begin to address this problem we have in Dominica is to get rid of this government. Until and unless we have a change in government, tie your waist. Get ready for more hardships, for more hard times, for more, when I think of the number of people, Felix, requesting assistance this year compared to last year, it has just exploded. The number of people that are coming up to you and asking for assistance based upon the numbers last year, it has simply exploded. That is to tell you, I don't think people want to really do this. I don't think they want to come to me and ask, or to you to ask for help. But they have no choice. They feel like they're pushed into a corner. And just the sheer number of people doing that, it is really a sign that this economy continues to collapse. It has collapsed, that this government is clueless when it comes to the economy, and that we have to begin to take matters into our own hands. And we do this by ensuring that the next time there's a general election, that we get rid of this government. That's the only way. Save that. Outside of that.
Well, those who are 70 years old, they have felt the squeeze. And if anybody else who feel that they want to feel that squeeze, the next squeeze, I can tell them straight, it will be very hard. It will be doomsday. It will be the end of it, because the next squeeze, as some of the callers say already, it might be, who knows? It might be the recolonization of Dominica from all those citizen by investment program passport holders. Nobody say where they living. Suddenly they appear in Dominica and they decide to take over the country. The thousands of passports that are out there. Nobody knows, but this is the reality, and we have to take our country back. And significantly, it's important that every citizen look at their candidates in their constituency, particularly the labor rights candidates and the ministers. You know what they had when they came in power. You know what they had. I mean, they cannot hide what they have now. So the same way you're seeing what this one have, your next neighbor have. Go and check out and see what these guys have. See what they driving. See what house they building. See how much land they owning. and see whether they're investing in agriculture and in small businesses that can help you in the community. That's the other thing. How do these ministers interact socially with you, the people who elected them? And that is serious. How many of them can give you a job? That is very important. Okay?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. And Felix, the government has made the centerpiece of its development of this country based on the Citizenship by Investment Program, the CIP program. I want to go on record tonight as saying, in my professional opinion, as an economist, as one who understands the way this thing works, that the passport program in Dominica has already peaked, and that it cannot go, or it cannot continue to bring money beyond 4 to 5 years. The lifespan of this program, if it goes as far as that, cannot be more than 4 or 5 years. I believe we've peaked, and I believe that we can only see less. But what the government has cleverly done is that they've kept monies back, and now they're pushing it in as if it just came in. But we know that there is no relationship between they've been hiding the money, and now they're bringing it back in as if it just came in.
Yes.
This program has peaked. It cannot continue. It will not continue beyond 4 years. And then the question becomes what? That is why, if you're a smart government, you would use those monies to put in something that can replenish itself, that can make money for you over and over and over again, like in the agriculture sector, like in the manufacturing sector, like in investing in marketing of our produce like overseas, like an international airport.
Like a marina.
Absolutely. So that's where we are, Felix, and it's been a wonderful evening, and I want to thank our callers certainly for calling.
Oh, we had excellent callers, very good contributions from them. Those abroad and here in Dominica, we thank you for calling, and we know we love Dominica. It's close to our heart, even if those of us who are far from home, but we know that your spirit and heart is in Dominica.
But first, before you go, let's take a little bit of this song there.
Yes.
That speaks so much to what we're going through.
To the real issues,
When you are look to him, he will never ever leave you, because you think everything cool, show me look polite. Nothing no good, nothing do alright though. Don't watch the look on my face. So when you feel like stop, just don't give up. You have a life, so just go and look up. Jah Lord knows the look on my face. So while I smile, my heart cries. No one knows the pain I feel inside. Please don't watch the look on my face. No, even though I smile, it is only for a while. Tears could fill the river Nile, but I keep my troubles underneath my pride. Yes, I'm gonna smile, though it's only for a while, till my worries subside. I will sweep my troubles underneath my pride. Tell me Jah won't leave you for an inch. Anything you want, just call on him. I say,
All right, well, it's 10 past 10 o'clock. That's where we come to an end of this week's program, Focus on the Economy, with a little bit of Chris Martin. We want to thank all of you for joining us tonight. Certainly, we want to thank you for being a part of the program. For those of you who called, countless of you who called, and others who tried but could not get through, we want to thank you as well for your interest, for your involvement. And across this beautiful land of Dominica, wherever you are at this time, we want to thank you for staying up with us. We know that the listenership for this program continues to grow by leaps and bounds as we, here we talk issues, we deal with issues, we leave the name calling for the other radio station and the other people that do that. We want to focus simply on the issues that matters most to you, the people of Dominica. We want to speak into your lives that we can improve your lives, improve your livelihoods, and help you think differently of your situation. That's what we aim to do here on The Workers' Voice, and in particular on Focus on the Economy. So we want to thank you for joining us tonight. We hope that the wrongs that we highlighted this evening will in fact be addressed. We hope that more emphasis will be placed on what is important in this country. And as one of the caller pleaded and called for, that, we'd love each other more. This name calling, this division along party lines, that we will find a way to, move away from that and really focus on issues and working together to help in build our country. And Felix, I want to thank you for joining me again.
You're welcome, Doc. And
tonight.
I also want to say thank you to Mr. G, the man who makes it possible, and Q95 showing real democracy in Dominica.
Absolutely. And Felix, I'm sure you want to say thanks as well to your constituents and to...
always. To the people of Maho, always. Belfast, Jimmy, Canefield, Taru, Despo. I mean, it's a big constituency. Corona, Massac. I mean, the people are waiting for that change when we can really do what we have to do and bring back the constituency to that metropolitan kind of place where, the village that never sleeps, where we have a lot of employment, where we have activities going. People from all over the country comes to live in the constituency and get gainfully employed. We hope for that day.
Yes, indeed. And we also hope, Felix, that the eyes of the Dominican public will be opened to understand who has the interests at heart. I think Dominicans need to understand. I think in a lot of ways people have been fooled into believing that people care about them by giving them handouts when they are enriching themselves to in areas and in ways in which we can even comprehend, and yet they throw a few crumbs to you, and you feel that you owe them your life because they throw a few crumbs to you. So people will understand exactly who has the interests, their best interests at heart. We heard our leader tonight on the program, Mr. Lennox Linton, articulate so clearly the issues that we need to be focused on, and what's going on with regards to education, how this government continues to flaunt the laws and the rules and just, try their best to focus on people that support them and exclude the other people. But increasingly, they'll have a problem because more and more people are going on the other side. More and more people are saying we are fed up with this government, we are tired, we want change. And I think, we don't use the word often enough. But change is what Dominica needs. The people of Venezuela are saying that tonight. The people of Venezuela are going through that tonight. And today they had these huge demonstrations. And I think, it's an awakening here in Dominica as well. And we're thankful to be a part of it. We're thankful that you were part of our discussion tonight. We ask that you continue to join us every Thursday night. Let me just remind you that there's a special activity happening this Sunday at the Lindo Park in Goodwill, the Roseau Sports Festival that you want to be a part of, and is being organized there. So, right before school reopens, a great chance to go up there, play some great sports, football, basketball, the whole range of sports will be taking part. So be a part of it, be a part of this great activity. And we certainly want to encourage you to continue to support your party, continue to support the United Workers' Party as we work to bring some change to this country. Well, Felix, thank you.
Well, good night.
All right, and take care.
We love Dominica.
God bless you. God bless our listeners. Have a good night.